Who enjoyed all the meals yesterday? Particularly for those who are from outside Nigeria. Who enjoyed the Nigerian food? No hands up. You enjoyed. Good. The people filling this show are from this table. If people are not here yet, or the translator is not translating yet. They are not translating. Now I get it. It's all good. Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the event. My name is Kimberly Wachuku, and I'm really excited to be here with you on the second day. You all look lovely, by the way. I don't know how to say it in French, but you all look beautiful. Your faces are bright and happy and very cheerful this morning. So welcome. Please clap for yourself. Applaud yourself. Making it to the second day of the event, and I'm sure there's a lot to unpack. But just before we continue, I will call on Sam. Sam will come and we'll do a quick recap, take away from the first session. I don't want to take that away from him, but I'm sure a lot of people shared the impact. Is Sam around? Yes. All right, Sam, please applaud Sam. Welcome him. And don't forget that it's online. Please remember, for our online community, good morning and welcome to the show. Please remember, if you can, to tweet, put this information out on social media, share your experiences. Sam will also give you a short code where you can share a bit more of the feedback and experiences you're having. And if you're feeling unwell, like we mentioned yesterday, please let your chaperone know so that they would attend to your health, okay? Sam, you're welcome. Please appreciate Sam.
Good. Thank you very much, Kimberly. Bonjour. Comment ça va? Bonjour tout le monde. Bonjour tout le monde. Okay, my name is Timothy Sam. I'm from Sierra Leone, but I'm also working with the regional office as the interim youth engagement lead. I am very delighted to be here. Normally when I speak where 2 different languages or more, I try to talk really slowly because I know there are some French people learning also English but want to also get what you say. Okay, so this morning we are going to get a recap. We're going to do it in a very nice way, but before that we want to do some energizers. Not so when young people meet, is energy, not so. Do you want the energy? So please, can you do this? Can you do this? Can everyone do this for me? If you cannot do it, tap yourself. Everybody, fast, loud. Good. Thank you. Now, each time you hear somebody say very wonderful things today, you can just do your hands like this to tell that person, I appreciate you. Okay? Before we start, we're going to get Daniel Daria, who is going to give us a quick piece of energizer with some of his spoken words. Let's put hands together for Daniel. As he's coming, we want you to take note of one thing. Yesterday, we said one thing that you took away yesterday, one thing that you will ever live with. You learned yesterday from these sessions, yeah? Let's put hands together for Daniel. Daniel, please. Put hands together for him. Please, let me clap, everybody.
Good morning, everyone. I think I can say good morning in French. My school fees was not a waste. Bonjour, everyone. My name is Daniel, and I got inspired yesterday and I wrote something very short I would love to share with you all. I promise to say the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me world. I say world, not God, because the pressure to lie about how I feel is world made and not God made. I can't take on this world alone. Even if I try, I won't last long. So my prayer for a partner is, God, give me another head, not neck, because the neck I have is already doing a good job. 2 good heads are better than one, and I choose better over good every time. The opposite of right is left, and doing what is not right is wrong. So tell me, how is it right to give the girl child what is left? I wasn't there at creation, but I won't describe her as a weaker vessel, because instead I'll call her a finer vessel. I could tell this because the raw material she was made from was already a finished product of him. That's why that is why man or woman, male or female, he or she, in all dictionaries, none of this world means capacity, ability, or superiority. Gender is not a requirement to be who you want to be, and that's why dreams come to everyone and anyone who dares to dream. And there, in this case, is capacity and willpower. Like stars in movies, obstacles is not enough to stop them. And to whom much is given, same is expected. So I dare you to be stars in your own movie. And the truth is, we are rooting for you. The world God gave us is in crisis already. We need another head, a good head on the table. So say this after me: I can, I shall, and I will. What me, every man out there and plan is saying is, we need you on the table. Thank you.
Wow. We need you on the we need you on the we need you on the table. Wow, that is really, really huge. And this is what young people have been asking for. Anytime I go to any conference, I realize that young people will ask for a space. They will always ask for a space. That means that they are still demanding for more. We want to see where one day the president of Nigeria will be 30 years old or 25 and will be a girl. It will be interesting, isn't it? Okay, so I want us to stand up this morning. Now we want to mix you up. We don't want you to sit by the same person you came with from your country. From the first day you came, when you were coming to the airport, you came with that person. When you sat on the plane, you were with this person. You entered this hotel, you were with this person. You went for lunch, you are with that same person. Let that person change now. Let that person change now. So please, kindly look for a country that you have not visited. Go and greet them. Go and greet them and move. Can we do that quickly? Do you want to emphasize that in French? Okay, listen. Can we move, please? Can we move? If you don't move, we are going to move you. Okay, good. Hold on. Now we're going to count 1 to 3. 1 to 3, and I will put all the ones will be here, all the 3 will be there, and all the 2s will be here. Is that okay? Good. You want to move? So can we start from there? 1 to 3. Yes. Hello. Can we please listen? Écoutez, s'il vous plaît. Please, can we listen? We're going to start counting from 1 to 3. Yeah? Can you start? 1? Yes? Okay, can you move? Somebody's saying, let's move. Already? Okay, good. But I didn't see this table move. Nobody moved there. They need to move. They don't take their bags.
Yeah, you need to move. You need to change. Changer de table, s'il vous plaît. Changer de table. Você tem que mudar de mesa. Tá? Oui, mais on va mélanger encore. Tu ne dois pas rester ensemble. Okay, we are moving. You move.
and then we'll wrap it up
Okay.
because of time.
Good. Samira.
They are moving. It's difficult. Okay, thank you very much. You know, the reason why we want you to move is to connect more. It's good when you connect. When you go back to your country, you want to connect to somebody from Niger, somebody from Guinea, Burkina Faso. It's good, but if you don't sit closer to them, you would not know anything about them. So, for the media team, can you please shoot again for us the Mentimeter? Can you do that for us, please? Okay, so I need 2 volunteers. One from French-speaking country and one from English-speaking country. Quick volunteers. You're coming to read. Yes, please come. Please come. Yes, please come. Yes. For English. I want you to, 2 mics. One is going to stand over there and one is going to stand here. Let's do this quickly. We only have 4 minutes on my countdown. Yesterday, we gave you a code to tell us your key takeaway. And that key takeaway means that you actually took something home, something that you treasure, something that you value, something that will remain with you. And some of you already told me you're going to write a blog based on what happened yesterday. And that's really good. And trust me, if we have those blogs, we're going to put them on our platforms. We're going to put them on our website, and it will help you a lot in the future to even reflect and also increase your advocacy. So good. So we have 2. Good. So you might need to be here because you need to look at the screen. Yes. So all the writings for French, you will read. And all the writings for English, you will read. Okay? And if they say something really interesting, let's clap for them, okay? Good. Yes. So who do we start with? French, yes. You have to move back, then you can see clear. You can move over there.
À votre attention, s'il vous plaît, suivez la lecture. On dit, la séance d'ouverture nous a permis d'avoir les points de vue de chaque invité et de comprendre à quel point le plan international est reconnaissant envers l'engagement des filles et jeunes femmes. La table... Veuillez, s'il vous plaît.
Okay, what about the person in English?
This first day of the summit was awesome. Every session of the event was really impactful. For me, I really enjoyed the fact.
Can you please, media team, can you please be just rolling them up, please? Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
For me, I really enjoyed the fact that we need to make targeted efforts to create equal power for girls now. And we must enjoy our uniqueness as girls.
Wow, that's huge, isn't it? Yes. Yes, let's hear from you again.
Okay. La table ronde intéressante, une belle initiative. Girls can be anything and
The mic.
je crois que ce serait bien de recommencer. Oh, de lire à haute voix, ok. Je me dis ce serait bien de recommencer, non? Parce qu'avec les va-et-vient et autres. Ah, ok. La table ronde intéressante, une belle initiative. Girls can be anything and deserve all opportunities to be themselves and to great things.
Wow, that's huge. God can be anything and deserve all opportunities and can do what? Great things. Do we have any more? Is that all? Please, we just want to take maybe anybody's got anything special.
Young people to reach out to them. So when we go back, let us reach out to them and ensure that the commitment that they made yesterday, we will be able to sit at that table and be part of the decisions that they make. Thank you.
Okay, they say you should use the mic.
Mic check.
Anybody else? Quickly, that will be maybe one more. Yes.
Mic check.
Good morning, everyone. Microphone.
I would want somebody from a French-speaking country after you. Just one more, then we'll wrap up. Yes, please. Can you use the mic?
Mic check.
Mic check. Okay, this is
Okay,
better.
the mic is coming.
Who wants to speak?
All right. The major thing I took away from yesterday's session from the CEO of Plan was the commitment to create a global fund for girls, and promises that matter. Promises that are made matter only if they are kept. So we are looking forward to the fact that next year we will be holding him accountable, because he said he's in an incubation phase. We are really looking forward to holding him accountable next year on how far we have gone with the Global Fund for Girls. Thank you.
Great. Good. Yes, anyone more? They kill me for time, yes. Kimberly, can you give us just two more, maybe?
We have Barry waiting, so
Okay.
we need to be sure that we don't keep him waiting for too long.
Okay.
Bonjour à tous, moi c'est Bintou du Niger. Hier, ce qui m'a beaucoup plu, c'était le discours de la ministre chargée aux affaires féminines du Nigeria, où elle avait mentionné dans son discours que la monnaie la plus sûre et la plus rassurante pour une jeune fille, c'est l'éducation. Alors, on doit beaucoup s'attacher à cela. Merci.
Good. Okay. One more. That will be the last. Because you said somebody's.
All right, this last will be the last for now.
Bonjour à tous, moi c'est Sanou Marguerite du Burkina Faso. En outre de ce que mes conseils viennent de dire, ce qui m'a beaucoup touché hier, c'est surtout le film qu'on a regardé hier soir. C'était vraiment très émouvant. Franchement, c'est pour dire, peu importe ta situation, tu peux faire quelque chose, tu peux changer le monde.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Please, we have closed that now. We just want to say today we need to get the best of our time. We need to ensure we get the best of our time, ensure that we get our communique out, and we are also setting up a small team for people who will support the communique. Very soon we will come to you on that, okay? Yes. Oh, come up. Kimberly, somebody's taking over your position here.
Yeah. Hier, on avait laissé l'opportunité à nos camarades du Burkina Faso pour nous partager avec nous leur situation. Et franchement parlant, j'ai vraiment été touchée par cette situation. Et on avait demandé ce que... il y avait un monsieur ici, il était en tenue... C'était un tissu africain mais en bleu. Il a dit qu'ils allaient commencer les démarches avec les autorités du Burkina Faso. Mais je me dis, on dit qu'une fille âgée de 13 ans qui fait de la prostitution pour 250 francs. Une maman qui a déjà des enfants qui fait de la prostitution pour 250 francs. Je me dis, c'est vrai que leur situation est vraiment catastrophique en ce moment. Mais la psychologie est déjà atteinte. Elles sont déjà là où elles sont présentement. Je me dis qu'on doit essayer de leur venir à l'aide. Au moins les accompagner avec les thématiques nécessaires. Et je sais que Plan International Togo a ça. Si nous parlons du droit à la santé sexuelle et reproductive, c'est le moment même où on doit donner l'opportunité à ces filles-là d'avoir confiance en elles-mêmes, d'avoir confiance en leur estime de soi. Et je crois que c'est indispensable. Sinon, à force d'attendre et de dire qu'on doit commencer les démarches avec les autorités, je veux dire qu'on va perdre toute une nation, on va perdre tout un nombre de filles. Merci.
I wasn't wearing my piece, but I'm sure she said something very important and life-changing. Please applaud her one more time. You're not comfortable there? Okay, then sit. All right then. So we'll go on quickly to the lead presentation on girls activism by Girls Get Equal campaigner. And well, it's time for Girls' Voices. But we'll be listening to Barry. Barry will be speaking to us from Guinea, a member of the Global Youth Influencing Group. And Barry will join us virtually for this. So Barry's got 15 minutes. Hello, Barry. Bonjour. I know that Barry has been waiting for over half an hour. Good morning. Bonjour, Barry. We can't hear you. You're muted. How do you say you're muted in French? Huh? Vous êtes souci. Lance. We can't hear you, Barry. Good. We can hear you now. Barry, can you? Oh, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je suis Mamadou Mar Barry, je m'utilise. Voilà, je suis de la Guinée. Donc aujourd'hui, j'ai l'immense plaisir de parler un peu d'un groupe de jeunes, ce que nous faisons. Voilà. Voilà. Dans ce monde actuel, les problématiques liées à la protection des droits de la jeune fille sont vraiment inquiétantes. Donc, souvent les gens se disent la femme est réduite à aller au champ, faire des travaux champêtres, des travaux ménagers, et ainsi de suite. Donc, le thème de cette année repose sur la participation politique. D'abord, nous sommes un groupe composé de 15 personnes issus de plusieurs pays. Donc, on appelle des jeunes influenceurs. Donc, des jeunes influenceurs, c'est en fait, c'est l'ensemble, ce sont des jeunes dans leurs pays respectifs qui ont l'ambition de changer la promotion et protection des droits de la jeune fille. Donc, vous m'entendez?
Oui, on vous entend. Oui, on vous entend.
Je disais tantôt, c'est l'ensemble, ce sont des jeunes issus de plusieurs communautés de diverses horizons qui font la promotion en fait et protection des droits de la jeune fille un peu partout dans le monde, mais surtout dans leur pays respectifs. Notre vision, la vision de notre groupe, étant des jeunes influenceurs, des jeunes qui ont des réseaux, qui ont des contacts, qui font des activités de sensibilisation dans leur pays. Donc, notre vision est que d'ici 2025, qu'il y ait plus de femmes représentatives au sein des instances de décision. Donc, ça, c'est la vision de notre campagne. Donc, notre campagne, c'est avec partie dans le sens. Et la participation politique, c'est un problème. Quand nous parlons des violences basées sur le genre, quand nous parlons des mariages d'enfants ou le mariage précoce, ou la déscolarisation de la jeune fille, tous ces problèmes, si c'est la femme qui est ministre, qui est présidente, qui est députée, qui est juge, qui est policière, je crois qu'à travers cela, tous les problèmes liés à la promotion et protection des droits de la jeune fille peuvent être réglés. Parce que si c'est la femme qui attrape le violeur, c'est la femme qui juge, et c'est la femme qui élabore les lois à l'Assemblée, et c'est la femme qui supervise. Je crois qu'avec toutes ces pratiques, ça pourra vraiment nous aider à aller dans ce sens. Et moi, le contexte de la participation politique repose dans ce sens. Donc souvent, les causes, on dit que la femme, donc le matin, on dit aux jeunes de se lever, il faut réviser un peu ton cahier, après tu vas aller à l'école. Et pendant ce temps, tôt le matin, on dit à la jeune fille, il faut balayer, il faut nettoyer. Donc, à travers, et au fur et à mesure qu'on compte dans ce sens, donc l'homme au fur et à mesure évolue, soit dans les 5 premiers et que la femme est dans les 10 premiers, ainsi de suite. Donc, souvent on dit, ah, mais la femme n'étudie pas, elle ne réussit pas, donc il faut la faire sortir. Donc, ça, c'est un problème. La scolarisation de la jeune fille. Beaucoup de jeunes filles aussi ne sont pas à l'école. On ne peut pas te donner un poste de responsabilité si on n'est pas éduqué. Il y a le manque d'information aussi. Beaucoup de jeunes filles, moi personnellement, j'ai fait le tour cette année dans plusieurs institutions d'enseignement supérieur en Guinée, à l'intérieur du pays. Donc, il y a beaucoup de avec des jeunes filles qui ne savent pas réellement, par exemple, la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme, ou la Convention qui parle des droits de la femme, ou la Convention qui parle des droits de l'enfant, qui font la promotion et protection surtout liée au VBG. Donc, j'ai compris que l'information n'y est pas. Et l'autre problème aussi, c'est qu'il n'y a pas un espace. Quand la femme ose dénoncer, donc on peut aller dans tout sens, dire ceci, cela. Donc, ça, c'est un problème. L'espace. Et le problème aussi, dans notre pays, les lois ne sont pas beaucoup appliquées. Ce que nous attendons, ce que nous voulons cette année, étant jeunes, qu'on puisse trouver des moyens et des mécanismes pour avoir un monde meilleur, pour avoir un idéal commun. Et cet idéal commun, qu'il y ait la parité dans les instances de décision. Donc, voilà ce que nous recommandons et ce que nous réclamons aussi. Et pourquoi dire le pouvoir égal maintenant? Parce qu'il est temps. Actuellement, on ne voit que des jeunes filles de moins de 5 ans, souvent. Actuellement, en Guinée, souvent, et dans plusieurs pays, on ne voit que des petites moins de 5 ans se faire violer. Et que la participation, il y a 27% des femmes qui, pas qui ont des hautes fonctions de l'État, ou par exemple au sein des Nations Unies. Donc, c'est maintenant, là, il est temps, il est crucial, c'est parce que le problème est là. La mondialisation, ce n'est pas seulement dire qu'il faut un développement, mais l'équité, la société, surtout l'éducation civique. Et ça passe par l'équité. Donc, sur les actions, avant de parler de ces actions, avec l'appui de nos camarades, je crois nous avons fait une petite vidéo où on parle d'autres manifestes. Je vous prie de regarder après ce manifeste. On va continuer. Je vous remercie. Vous m'entendez?
We believe in the potential of girls,
Oui, je disais,
women, and young people in all their diversity.
We aspire to be included in all decision-making spaces.
Queremos ver a más niñas y mujeres jóvenes como líderes de movimientos, activistas, agentes de cambio y políticas.
Notre manifeste appelle les décideurs à ouvrir des voies de participation sûres, inclusives, accessibles et durables.
We demand the national government and national law do more to protect our rights to participate.
Nous voulons être les pionniers et pionnières de notre propre avenir et réclamer un accès égal à des espaces de prise de décision sûrs et inclusifs.
We are tired of patriarchal norms that define our lives.
Y respirar el poder igualitario.
We call on power holders all over the world.
Listen to our voices and become part of the solution.
We ask you, what will you do to ensure that girls get equal power now?
Merci. Voilà, je crois que nous avons tous ensemble vu la vidéo. Et chacun d'entre nous peut le faire. Donc, c'est notre propre manifeste. Et chacun d'entre nous ici présent, voilà, peut, une fois chez lui, ou bien peut en tout cas faire sa propre manifeste, donc dans ce sens. Donc, on peut nous-mêmes participer dans ce sens. Donc, les actions, voilà un exemple palpable, le manifeste. On peut faire des lobbying, des sensibilisations allant sur la participation, sur la revendication d'un monde meilleur. Donc, c'est un exemple et je crois qu'ensemble, nous pourrons faire. Et la question que je vais aborder tout de suite, c'est, étant un jeune garçon, j'ai vu beaucoup de jeunes garçons aussi dans ce forum, c'est vraiment salutaire. Pourquoi étant un jeune garçon, je suis dans le domaine de la promotion et protection des droits de la jeune fille? Je crois que la question mérite amplement une réponse. Et les questions des droits de l'homme n'ont pas de genre pour moi. Personnellement, la volonté. Et quand on aspire à un monde meilleur, donc c'est aller faire ce qu'on a envie de faire. Donc personnellement, d'abord, moi, c'est quelque chose qui m'anime depuis l'enfance, depuis à l'âge de 12 ans, si je me rappelle bien. Je suis dans la promotion et protection de la jeune fille. Et ce qui m'a fait encore plus m'aider à m'engager, c'est mon papa, lui. Étant une personne illettrée, mais il m'a beaucoup encouragé voilà, à militer pour les droits de la vie. Il me disait une chose, que dans le Coran, pour ceux qui sont musulmans, je crois qu'il n'y a qu'un seul sourate, une troisième sourate, Nisa, donc ce qui parle de la femme. Donc ce qui veut dire que la femme est très importante dans la société. Et dans le Coran, il n'y a pas une sourate qui parle en fait aussi de sourate Rijal, qui parle de garçons. Donc c'est pour vous dire que et quand nous parlons de l'humanité, quand nous parlons de toutes choses, il faut cesser la femme en fait. Donc les jeunes ne sont pas des ennemis. Et plutôt, nous sommes aussi des partenaires. Parce qu'en Afrique, quand même, et plusieurs pays que moi je connais, le papa, souvent quand la fille a un problème, il va directement voir le papa. Ce qui veut dire que nous, les garçons, nous sommes aussi des partenaires, des alliés forts qui peuvent vraiment impulser le combat que nous menons actuellement dans nos pays respectifs. Étant un activiste, donc passons avec tous nos réseaux, avec l'ensemble des jeunes garçons et des jeunes filles pour aller ensemble. Et finally, chers camarades et chers participants, chers membres du plan international, et l'ensemble des personnes qui nous suivent. Et nous jeunes influenceurs, c'est que nous jeunes activistes, nous rêvons d'un monde nouveau, un monde égal. Compte tenu du rôle primordial que la jeune fille joue dans nos sociétés, et nous pouvons affirmer sans risque de se tromper par cette affirmation que l'existence de l'humanité est due à la jeune fille. Sans la jeune fille, il n'y aurait jamais de société. Et sans société, il n'y a pas de monde. Et je vais toujours aller dans ce sens. Comme j'aime souvent le dire, les droits de la jeune fille sont les droits de tous. Et regarde toutes ces raisons. j'en appelle à une forte mobilisation des uns aux autres, à s'impliquer davantage côté de plan international, aux côtés de ces jeunes activistes pour impulser nos actions sur le terrain et pour donner un moyen fort que d'ici 2025, il y ait plus de femmes représentatives dans les instances de décision, que les listes électorales, que dans les assemblées, dans les cours constitutionnels, ainsi de suite, qu'il y ait plus de femmes, les ministres, qu'il y ait plus de femmes dans ce sens. Donc, nous pouvons le faire, mais c'est l'engagement et l'appui de tout le monde. Donc, aux jeunes garçons aussi particulièrement, nous devons être au devant de la scène pour la campagne au fil de l'égalité. Nous sommes des alliés importants pour l'atteinte de cet idéal. Les différents gouvernements aussi doivent beaucoup allier les ressources afin d'accroître la représentation des jeunes femmes et de aussi renforcer l'accès aux postes de responsabilité. Donc, je voudrais terminer par cette petite histoire qui me tient vraiment à cœur. J'avais une petite sœur, Aminata Bari, elle a été 6e à l'examen d'entrée en 7e année dans la commune de Ratouma à Conakry ici. C'est une commune de la capitale guinéenne. À l'âge de 12 ans, elle est rentrée au village. Donc, elle a subi ce qu'on appelle un crime impardonnable, le mariage précoce. Donc, et suite à ça, moi, j'étais informé 6 mois après. Elle était mariée vers le Mali. Donc, finalement, c'est quand on m'a dit que je ne l'ai pas vue pour ma reprise des cours. On m'a dit qu'elle était déjà mariée. Et finalement, lors de son premier accouchement, elle a perdu l'âme. Donc, c'est l'une des choses aussi qui me tient vraiment à cœur. Donc, depuis lors, on se bat bec au ongle pour la promotion et protection des droits de la jeune fille. Donc, je suis avec l'équipe, avec l'ensemble de ces organisateurs, et nous sommes vraiment engagés et nous allons continuer dans ce sens. Donc, le pouvoir égal, c'est maintenant, parce qu'il est temps, parce que c'est le moment. Parce que plus que jamais, les droits de la jeune fille sont plus bafouillés. Donc, il est important d'aller dans ce sens. Donc, ça a été un plaisir pour moi de venir un peu discuter de notre groupe des jeunes influenceurs, de ce que nous faisons, de ce que nous attendons, de ce que nous comptons faire aussi dans les actions, plaidoyer, ainsi de suite, et comment vous pouvez nous rejoindre à travers cette campagne noble, historique pour la promotion et protection des droits de la jeune fille. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Barry. Thank you very much for that. And really sad about your sister. And I'm sure there are a lot of people that the story that you shared about your sister resonate with. Even in Nigeria, we have concerns with child marriage in the country, particularly in the northern part of our country. Is a major concern, not that it's not widespread all over. And we've seen legislation in Nigeria, we've seen policy made by some states, we've seen effort of groups like Plan International, other groups, to see how we can end child marriage and promote girl-child education, so that we don't have case where young girls will die or lose their dream just because. All right, so let's appreciate Barry one more time. Thank you very much. Touched on quite a lot of important areas there. Let's move things along quickly. We'll get to a panel session next, and it's a youth panel discussion where we would share experiences of activists on girls' right advocacy. This time it's going to be first-hand experiences from people who are out there on the field interacting with the girls, getting to share more stories with us, and effort to change the narrative. And so the theme is going to be on emergency contexts, global hunger crisis, climate change, he for she, and I'm sure a wide range of other issues. But let's welcome Jonathan. Jonathan will be the one managing this panel. Okay, Jonathan, you've got 45 minutes. Please welcome him. I appreciate Jonathan.
Okay. I think it's on. Okay. So good morning, everyone. So it's exciting to be here, and I think I'm the first male actually moderating a session, so I feel so excited. Anyway, I'm a proud he for she, and yeah, lots of stories behind my he for she campaigns and advocacy. Before I invite members of the panel, I just want every girl here to know that you are not useless, but you are useless within the African context and perhaps globally. To make the conversation very meaningful and participatory, we're having quite a number of young people who have been doing so amazing with advocacy and activism around issues as it pertains gender transformative actions in different sectors. So to help us run through this, we'll be welcoming a he for she campaigner. He is a comrade within Nigeria, a student union activist. He was one time the national president of Law Students Association of Nigeria. He is Comrade Amana Ali Kali. Please keep putting your hands together for the gentle comrade as he comes. Okay, and to join him on the panel is a girls' rights activist who has been doing amazingly well around the Lake Chad with Lake Chad advocacy, looking at the shrinking Lake Chad, shrinking lake in the Chad. And she's been so innovative introducing the map base and a whole lot of digital tools for advocacy. She's been to all the way from Niger. Please put your hands together for her until she makes it to the podium. Okay. And then our next panelist is a young lady. She's so young and amazing in what she does. She works on climate justice, and she does a lot around gender transformative climate action. Please welcome Janada M. Gadzama. Okay. Sorry. Okay, and to join us from the Sahel region, okay, all right, so from the Sahel region, the person joining us is online. I want to confirm if the person has joined us online. Timothy. Proceed. The person is, I think there are some technical glitch. Okay, so I think it's going to be amazing to start with the he for she. So it's a youth panel, and it's our space and our field, and we're going to engage. I will not just be the only person engaging them. It's going to be field of experience sharing. We're going to be asking questions, sharing our own personal experience, as well as quizzing the members of the panel together. So Amana, understanding your background around student activism, and understanding that while running your position as a student activist or as a student unionist, that you had implemented quite a number of campaigns, advocacies, and projects that has to do with girls and women inclusion in institutions, in schools, and even within the community. My question to you is, and then you have been using storytelling. I'm aware that you wrote a play in 2018 on Nura. What has been the challenges, understanding that you are in a space that is male-dominated? You understand that the student unionism within Nigeria is male-dominated, and in fact, it looks like it is almost impossible for women to find their space there. So how has it been for you? What are the challenges?
Good morning, everyone.
Okay, sorry. For the sake of the video, can you move to that other side so that it captures you properly? Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Bonjour. And buen dia. Okay, so, like you've rightly mentioned, yes, I would say, let me first start with probably what opened my eyes generally to why I should take activism also into what girl children go through. So sometime in 2017, my school was on strike, and there was this girl that normally whenever we go back to our hometown, we know their family. And this time around, going on strike, I just went back home to see my grandmother, and I noticed that this girl was being given out in marriage. She was barely 14 years old, and she was being given out in marriage to someone who was 30 plus. So I took it as a concern to want to talk to her family, but my grandmother warned me, cautioned me that they would fire back, so I had to stop. But I felt I could take it where I had relevance or importance, and that is the school space. And primarily, I'm a writer. I have also grown into the journalism space, but as a student activist and as a student unionist, I have seen that I saw that women didn't have much of a voice, especially in male-dominated spaces, just like Jonathan mentioned. And I took it as a point to bring to the fore situations and challenges that women face. So part of what I instituted as a person in whatever capacity that I could as a student activist was that I did a lot of trainings where I had to bring people to facilitate and also sensitize students, primarily male students, as to what gender issues were, and also what gender equality is in the context of what we want in the world today. In 2018, we were now faced with the challenge of Noura Hussein and her situation where she killed her husband, being forced into early marriage. So I took it upon myself to, as a writer, depict this, show it to the world through stage play. And that was when I conceived the idea for the play. So I can say really that it's difficult to have, or I wouldn't say it's difficult, but I would say it was a task that I took on to educate a male-dominated space in our school environment, and it was quite successful, at least.
All right, thank you, Amanda. And one interesting thing is, I finished from the institution he finished from, and the interesting thing is, 2 years later, we've had the first female student union leader in that institution.
Very true.
Yeah. On the panel, we just got joined by Umo from Mali. She will be guiding us and talking to us all through on global hunger crisis. You're welcome to the panel. Yeah. All right, so I'll be coming to you, Bintu. Yeah, so I understand that you're a young lady and you've been doing so much around women and particularly gender equality in your community, particularly in Niger. Your experiences so far, how can you place that looking at the emergency context within the Niger country, looking at the situations where you've had non-government actors and government actors struggling within their regions. And yes, statistics have shown that women and children are the major burden bearers of this. And beyond women and children being major burden bearers of this, it has equally shown that young girls are actually used as sex slaves, and their rights are heavily violated within this period. What has been your challenges? How has it been for you faring through within that context?
Merci beaucoup, Jonathan, pour cette question. C'est vrai que à Difa, on est confronté à une situation sécuritaire vraiment très, très, très difficile. Les filles n'ont pas accès à l'école, ou même si elles ont accès, elles ne sont pas tranquilles pour apprendre, pour vraiment se concentrer sur ce qu'elles sont venues faire. Parce qu'il y a les enlèvements et aussi les parents qui ne sont pas sensibilisés sur l'importance des écoles, sur l'importance, oui, de l'éducation. Alors moi, dans mon association qui est Mojedec, on fait, et aussi en collaboration avec le plan international et le Conseil régional de la jeunesse, qui est une structure gouvernementale, une structure étatique, mais qui est aussi indépendante. On fait beaucoup des activités, notamment des sensibilisations à ces filles-là, et surtout aussi aux parents qui ne veulent pas à ce que les filles partent à l'école. Et aussi, on fait des plaidoyers au niveau du gouvernement et au niveau des organisations non gouvernementales aussi. On fait les plaidoyers là grâce à des données qu'on recueille. Ce sont nous-mêmes les jeunes, à travers un projet de plan international qui s'appelle le projet EU. Les jeunes dirigent les efforts de stabilisation dans le bassin du lac Tchad. Alors, chaque 3 mois, on part recueillir des données dans les différentes communes des Difa, notamment il y a Bosso, Kablewa, Ningimi, Geskeru, etc., etc. On fait des collectes des données au niveau de ces 12 communes d'intervention du projet dans les secteurs, secteurs sociaux de base, notamment l'éducation, la santé, la participation et l'autonomisation des jeunes. Alors, grâce à ces données qu'on recueille, on a vraiment la réalité des choses. On a une arme pour pouvoir faire ces plaidoyers au niveau du gouvernement et aussi au niveau des organisations non gouvernementales, ce qui fait qu'on nous écoute vraiment. Et maintenant, les défis qu'on a, c'est que on nous écoute, oui, mais certes, les partenaires nous écoutent, mais les engagements ne sont pas pris. Donc, c'est surtout les défis maintenant auxquels on fait face. Merci.
Okay, thank you, Bintu. Yeah, the challenge is that we carry the advocacy, but the duty bearers are not listening to us. I think it's a cut-crossing issue. So I'll be coming to you, Janada. I know you're very young, and I've seen quite a number of your engagements around climate justice. So now understanding the climate situation in Borno, and then understanding that the Lake Chad is shrinking, the reality is that this has metamorphosed into lots of crisis situations, which has even grown beyond the northeast of Nigeria and is coming into the Benue Valley. My question to you is that how have you fared using the gender transformative action in climate justice?
Thank you very much for that question. Well, coming from a place ravaged by the insurgency and then the Lake Chad shrinking, which has actually caused a lot of competition towards food production and food distribution. We actually face inflation and also scarcity of food over there. But what we have been doing from Girls Get Equal over there, and also in collaboration with the Kalewi Youth Group in Borno State, we go out for sensitization campaigns. We talk to young people, both the boys and the girls. We always carry them along because we want to raise he for she's. And we talk to them and sensitize them about climate change, climate justice. This is actually giving a fairer and an equal chance for everyone to participate in the space of making decisions that has to do with their lives and that has to do with climate change. We encourage them to plant more trees. We actually, for the climate justice, we encourage planting of trees both for the girls and the boys. We also go out there to talk to them about ways in which they can actually include both the girls and the boys in decision-making platforms, especially the Kaleri Youth Group, which has actually been helping a lot in raising awareness about youth inclusion in decision-making platforms. We have actually done a lot of advocacy over there about climate change and climate justice. So this has actually helped us a bit, and we're ready to do more actually, because we need gender transformative actions and laws to be put in place so that both the male and the female can be in decision-making platforms, that they can make decisions to do with climate change. Because this climate change, when we talk about it, it affects mostly women and girls according to statistics, because they are the ones vulnerable. They are the ones going out there to look for water. They are the ones going out there to cook. They're the ones going to the farm to get food. So it usually affects them. But now, in a place whereby we can both include the men to help, this is actually like attacking gender roles that have been attached to both the girls and the boys. Like, boys are to do this, girls are to do this. So we try to sensitize even parents when we go to for town hall meetings. We talk to parents. No, a guy it's okay for a boy to sweep. It's okay for a boy to fetch water. And also, this has to also do with education. We also talk about girl-child education. We promote this a lot so that girls can go to school and even learn about the climate change when they grow up, so that we can all participate and have an inclusive society. Thank you.
All right, so thank you, Janada. But while you were speaking, I just got something, and I think that's on paid social care work. I know that Amanda did quite a number of works on that, so I may be coming back to you, Amanda, on that shortly. So Umu, to you, and I think Janada already started a foundation already, looking at food insecurity and from the competition within the scarce resources already available. Now, with the irregular pattern climate system already, we understand that there are droughts on some regions, and then the food production level is dropping. Now, with the recent context playing from the Ukrainian and the Russian crisis, you find that the world is stifled at this point with food production. Coming from a context in the Sahel region faced with this as a major issue, what are the roles you've been playing to solve this? What are the issues you're facing there, and what are the challenges really?
Bonjour tout le monde, je suis Oumou Yanogué, je viens du Mali. C'est un réel plaisir pour moi de prendre part à ce sommet qui est pour moi une tribune de libre expression pour toutes les jeunes filles, au cours de laquelle les filles venant de n'importe où et de toutes les régions de l'Afrique peuvent s'y retrouver et parler des différents problèmes. Alors, le Mali est un vaste pays continental situé au cœur de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, avec une superficie de 1 241 238 km², avec plus de 14 millions d'habitants, dont 53,3% sont des femmes. Cela veut dire que, quels que soient les problèmes auxquels le Mali sera confronté, que ce soit les changements climatiques, les crises alimentaires, les femmes sont majoritairement touchées par tous ces fléaux. Alors, au Mali, les populations continuent toujours d'être touchées par des chocs récurrents qui perturbent leurs conditions d'existence et exacerbent leur vulnérabilité. Ces dernières années, le pays a été confronté à des crises sociopolitiques, à des aléas climatiques persistants et qui ont provoqué le déplacement de la population du centre et du nord du pays. Cela veut dire que, et également sans oublier les difficultés liées aux effets de la maladie à coronavirus et également les mesures de confinement mises en place ont également provoqué une augmentation des besoins humanitaires du pays et également une augmentation de besoins alimentaires du pays. Cela veut dire que ces jeunes filles qui ont quitté le Nord à cause de la crise sécuritaire qui a également engendré la crise alimentaire, ces jeunes filles ont été exposées à beaucoup de fléaux, notamment l'abandon scolaire. Je prends l'exemple depuis la crise du Mali en 2012 jusqu'au jour, de nombreuses vies de jeunes filles ont dû quitter leurs familles respectives pour revenir au village, dans la ville, dans les capitales. Donc, une fois que ces filles arrivent ici, beaucoup sont exposés à différents fléaux. D'autres abandonnent les cursus scolaires, sans parler de ceux qui font face à des abus, à des violations. Notamment, on peut dire que les filles sont les plus impactées par ces différents fléaux. En parlant de dégradation, par exemple, niveau cursus scolaire, la crise alimentaire au niveau de nos cantines scolaires, quand une fille n'est vraiment pas arrivée à sa fin, c'est très difficile d'être assez concentrée à l'école. Donc, de ce fait, nous pouvons dire que la sécurité alimentaire et également la crise sécuritaire sont directement liées. Parce que quand il n'y a pas de sécurité, les filles ne peuvent pas aller à l'école. Et quand ils ne sont pas à leur fin, c'est très difficile qu'elles peuvent se concentrer à l'école. Merci.
Okay, thank you, Umu. All right, so Bintu, I would want to come to you quickly. I think there is an intersection between your work with what Umu is doing, and I see that you've highlighted similar issues too. So what do you think young people can do within your regions and in other regions to actually be meaningful to this campaign? Okay, I should go over the question again. Okay, so I said your context with that of Umu seems similar, and you've raised similar issues. So I just want to know, what are the things you think young people can do to be meaningful to this campaign and this advocacy? Is it clearer now?
Ok, si j'ai bien compris votre question, vous voulez savoir ce que les jeunes peuvent faire de significatif dans des contextes comme le Niger et le Mali. Alors, moi, je pense que les jeunes sont l'âme de l'Afrique. L'Afrique a une population, la moitié, la majorité de la population de l'Afrique, notamment pour moi du Niger, est vraiment la jeunesse. Donc, si les jeunes pourraient créer un parti politique émergent, essentiellement constitué de jeunes filles et des garçons, où ils peuvent avoir une liberté d'expression sans que les dirigeants politiques ne les mettent trop les yeux ou bien la pression. Je pense qu'on peut vraiment changer énormément des choses dans l'Afrique et notamment au Niger.
Okay, thank you very much, Bintu. So while she was speaking, yes, I got some little connections from understanding that what she said earlier about changing the norms, and then what Janada said about changing the rules for gender, particularly as it has to do with some of the works, and then linking it to policies. So Amanda, I'll be coming to you now. How can you link this with social unpaid care work? When I talk of social unpaid care work, I'm talking of the works women do, and how does this link with gender transformative actions towards climate justice? And what policies do you think can be put in place to remedy this?
Okay. Coming from the context of unpaid social care work, I think Probably before I go on and give a bit of exposure, I would say that every girl here, every woman here should please applaud themselves. Put your hands together for yourselves. It's really not easy. Thank you. It's not easy because when you look at the context of unpaid social care work, you're talking about people who do everything that is necessary to provide for individual and societal well-being. That's the truth. So without women playing the roles they play, there's no way that we are going to achieve what we are achieving as human beings. So when you look at the illustration that was shown yesterday, I don't know if you remember that illustration where they placed everyone on an equal line to race. There were men and there were women on this side. And on the women's side, there were cloth racks, there was a washing machine, and there were kitchen utensils. So all this unpaid social work, all the social work women provide are mostly unpaid. Now look at it. How would it be if for every work done in your house, you have to provide payment? Like you employ a chauffeur, for instance. You employ a maid that will do the washing of the dishes, washing of your clothes and everything. But the fact that you have a woman or a girl around you, you are able to handle all of these things and still live a decent life. Now, linking it to gender transformative action, I think it's important that whatever policy that would be considered at this point in time globally should factor in decent work conditions for women. Women should not be pushed to the extreme, or girls should not be pushed to the extreme when it comes to providing social care for their family or for their people. Generally, women's rights should be inclusive of the fact that they provide this social care work. They provide this social care and they're mostly unpaid. And if you begin to put all of this into consideration, you would definitely provide an atmosphere where there is better gender transformative action. Women would be at ease to do what they do and to push for better equality, to push for better representation globally. Please, there was another point you mentioned that I didn't quite get.
Okay, so I was asking, do you think there are needs for policies and laws to actually regulate this?
Oh, definitely there are. First, I would start with the United Nations bringing us, I've forgotten the number of the SDG, but I would say where the United Nations point out to decent work and also where the United Nations points out to gender inequality as something to address. That is already a focus or focal point for nations and organizations everywhere to look at. So if there should be policies, not if, policies that would be created should revolve around considering social work or social care provided by women and factoring it into legislations that would not push women to the extreme. That's number one. Number two, it should be in such a way that the conditions surrounding social care, are made not to trample on women's right to work, women's right to freedom, women's right to freedom of dignity, and women's right to freedom of labor. I would majorly center on this point, that whatever policies that should be considered should work towards women's right to freedom, women's right to dignity, women's right to labor, and better working conditions for them. Because I can't imagine a woman leaving a work that she's been at probably 8 to 5 and coming back home, and she's being forced to cook at home. She's being forced to be the one to tuck the children in bed. So there should also be shared responsibilities at homes. Policies should be engineered towards all of this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Amana. Before I come back to the panel, I'm aware that the audience have quite a number of questions. So if you have questions for the panelists or comments, you may indicate now. Okay. All right. Okay, so we have more hands.
Bom dia. Please, could you use the microphone? I can speak Portuguese. Ok. Bom dia, eu sou Fatoumata Camara, de Guiné-Bissau. A pergunta que eu tenho é para a jovem ativista. Você, como sendo, tendo em conta a experiência que vivemos no nosso trabalho, sabemos qual é a história mundialmente de questão de gênero, principalmente na África. Você, como jovem, principalmente masculino, ao trabalhar nesse assunto de empoderamento, de cativação, motivação das meninas, como que é visto na comunidade, podemos falar machista, qual é a metodologia que você utiliza para convencer aqueles seus colegas homens que eles possam contribuir também para que podemos viver num mundo onde que nenhum de nós vamos escolher, onde que nenhum de nós vamos correr aquele risco de discriminação, mas viver sim num mundo de paz, andando junto como sendo um ser humano. Obrigada.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je suis Farida Pardevant du Burkina Faso. La question que j'ai principalement, je la pose principalement à Mademoiselle Bintou du Niger. J'aimerais savoir si, selon vous, créer par exemple un parti politique essentiellement composé de jeunes filles et de jeunes garçons, parce que hier on l'a dit, cette lutte ne concerne pas seulement que les filles, mais il faut également impliquer les hommes pour qu'à la fin, tout un chacun gagne ait son compte, tire son compte, voilà. Est-ce que, selon vous, créer un groupe politique de filles et de garçons permettrait, par exemple, de régler un tant soit peu la situation défavorable des femmes au Niger, précisément, et en Afrique même globalement? Merci.
Oh, before you go on, sorry. We have somebody online, Zainaba. She has a comment. Let's take her comment, then we come back to you. Okay. Okay, maybe we'll proceed while, so you can proceed while we'll fix that.
Et je suis Rachida Touakougbe, je suis du Bénin. Et ma question s'adresse à Bintou. Dans son intervention, elle faisait, dans la question que vous lui avez posée plus tôt, on lui demandait comment est-ce qu'elle utilise les réseaux sociaux pour militer pour le respect des droits des filles. Et elle ne nous a pas répondu à cette question, donc je voudrais bien qu'elle revienne là-dessus. Quelles sont les actions qu'elle fait en ligne pour le respect des droits des filles, pour lutter contre les violences basées sur le genre?
So is Bintu set? I say it's Bintu. Is Zainaba set? Okay, all right. Okay, she's not on again. Okay. Yeah, so we have one question here. Oh, the panelists, do you want to respond before we take any other question? Okay, maybe we'll get the response from the panelists, then we come back to this.
Okay, so if I understand the question she asked earlier, she was referring to methodologies used to carry out this activism and also challenges and discrimination faced.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so far so good in my experience. I haven't really experienced a cluster. I haven't really experienced a cluster of, by cluster I mean a lot of men who have come together to say we want to put together, or we want to join hands together to provide help and support for women, or to go into female activism, female gender activism. I haven't really seen. However, from my experience, what I have been able to do so far, I started out as a student, of course, just as he had mentioned, when I was in the university, and I organized trainings. I saw that there was a gap. I saw that men probably some men, a lot of young men, didn't understand the talking point and the challenges that surround gender equality. So I started out calling out trainings, organizing trainings, capacity building trainings, sensitization and awareness trainings to inform these people about the talking points, to inform these people about the situation that the world is in today. And again, just like I mentioned, I am a creative person, and by a creative person, I'm a writer. And I was able to put out a couple of short stories. If you want, I can find a way to share them with you. But with practical experience that I have seen, for instance, the girl who was being forced into marriage and I could not do anything about it at that point, I felt writing about it in a series of short stories would be my best weapon at the time. Then again, with Noura Hussein, when we got alerted about Noura's situation, and I'm glad that I was able to pen my signature to the petition that moved for a reduction in sentence for Noura Hussein, because she was first sentenced to death, and now today I can tell you that today Noura is free. She was released February this year, right? She was sentenced in 2018 and she was released February this year. So these were methodologies or things that I did, and until today, with the organization I work for, we have a women arm. It's called Amazon's Watch Magazine. So I pen pieces there and I let people know that there are gender situations and challenge and issues that must be attended to. For challenges, of course, with activism, there are a lot of challenges, and you would face discriminations. There can be situations where you see people that say that there are better things to focus on in the world. There's climate action, there is human rights challenges, and you're just pushing your focus to the gender equality side, or you're pushing your focus to building capacity on young women. These are normal challenges or normal discrimination you'll face. But I think if they know better, they wouldn't do it. If they know that whatever you do today that surrounds gender equality would affect even their sisters at home, probably not directly, but indirectly, it would affect their sisters at home. It would affect their mothers at home. Once they're able to know that, they'll be able to commit to the cause. And finally, if you're doing it as an individual, without support from an organization or something, you may find issues like funding as a challenge. The only other way you can go around it is you can find creative ways or find a way to partner and collaborate with people or organizations. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Amana. For the want of time, I'll be coming quickly to Bintu. Bintu, you have a question. And the question is, how have you used social media within your context to, can you hear me? All right, how have you used social media within your context to, for advocacy?
Avant de répondre à Rachida, je vais d'abord répondre à Farida sur sa question sur la création d'un parti politique. Alors, nous, à DIFA, avec mon association et l'appui de Plan, on fait des sensibilisations, comme je l'avais dit. On fait des focus group avec ces jeunes filles-là qui font le survie des sexes. Il y a le survie des sexes maintenant à DIFA à cause de la crise sécuritaire, les déplacés, les réfugiés qui sont venus. Donc, on ne peut pas vraiment satisfaire l'appétit alimentaire de tous. Du coup, les filles sont obligées de survivre par le sexe pour pouvoir subvenir aux besoins d'elles-mêmes et aussi de leur famille. Alors, on fait des focus group pour pouvoir réinsérer ces jeunes filles-là pour pouvoir les aider et leur demander comment est-ce qu'on peut les aider à travers des activités entrepreneuriales selon leur volonté. Et on fait aussi des tribunes d'expression populaire avec les parents et les jeunes filles. Et aussi, comme je l'avais dit tout à l'heure, la collecte des données. Donc, tu vois, si une seule association peut faire ça dans une ville, beaucoup aussi le peuvent. Donc, beaucoup d'associations des jeunes qui font cela dans une ville et que d'autres villes aussi peuvent prendre ça et impliquer dans leur communauté. Je crois qu'avec des jeunes pareils, vraiment créer une partie politique des jeunes peut résoudre ces problèmes-là dont on a parlé. Même si un jeune ne peut pas être président, aujourd'hui, un jeune peut être député. Un jeune, moi, à Difa, il y a une commune de Difa Bosso, c'est un jeune de moins de 30 ans qui est maire de cette commune. Donc, les jeunes peuvent être dans les instances politiques et essayer de changer les choses. La création d'un parti politique, autant pour moi, est une bonne chose. Et pour revenir à Rachida, oui, j'avais pas bien saisi la question de Jonathan tout à l'heure. On utilise les réseaux sociaux, notamment Facebook. On a une page Facebook où on fait la vulgarisation des droits et puis des lois qui régissent la protection et l'engagement et l'autonomisation et l'engagement aussi des jeunes filles, qui fait la promotion de la participation de la jeune fille dans les instances politiques. On fait aussi les publications dans des groupes WhatsApp où on fait des liens pour pouvoir inviter les jeunes à aller visiter nos pages, à liker et tout ça, et aussi à donner des conseils pour notre association pour pouvoir voir comment est-ce qu'on peut améliorer ce qu'on fait pour les jeunes filles. Merci.
All right, thank you, Bintu. So I'll be coming to you, Umu. Yeah, so from your context, who are the stakeholders you think are necessary to be engaged? And when you engage them, what are the key asks you have for them? Can we have you do that within 2 minutes for the want of time? Thank you. Okay, the translation is not working for her. The translation is not working for her. She can hear now, okay. All right, so I was asking that, looking at your context, who are the stakeholders you think that are necessary to engage, and how do you think it can be done? So can you respond in 2 minutes? We have just 4 minutes left. Thank you.
D'accord, merci beaucoup pour la question. Comme notamment, comme j'ai eu à le dire dans mon intervention, j'ai parlé de crise alimentaire et également de changement climatique et également l'impact que cela a sur les jeunes filles. Comme premier acteur pour venir en aide à ces jeunes filles, à nous les jeunes filles, ce seraient les autorités compétentes et surtout on pourrait également faire appel à plan international à travers des projets pour remédier à ces différents fléaux. Mais on ne pourrait pas parler d'autorité ni encore à d'autres organisations sans nous les jeunes filles. Nous qui avons eu la chance de pouvoir être la voix des sans-voix, nous qui à travers nos activités peuvent impacter et influencer d'autres jeunes, nous qui avons cette chance de pouvoir partager autour de nous, nous devons continuer à le faire autant que nous pouvons pour que nos cas de sœurs puissent voir que les filles peuvent changer le monde. Et quand nous disons les filles peuvent changer le monde, à travers les autorités également, les organisations, et ils doivent se rendre compte à leur tour que les filles peuvent changer le monde, mais qu'il faudrait changer leur vie, changer leurs conditions de vie, leur mettre dans les conditions nécessaires pour qu'ils puissent atteindre leurs objectifs et pour un monde merveilleux. Merci.
All right, thank you. So Janada, to you. Before we leave the panel, there are a lot of young girls here. A lot of young girls from the community are coming from. And you stood to take this path. So what are your final words to young girls?
My final words to all of us young girls out there is you would face challenges. People will call you names. People will make you feel as if what you're doing is bad because you're trying to advocate for your rights. People would bring you down. But one thing is, as Angelique Kidjo said yesterday, careless. just focus on what you're doing, because someone out there is looking at you. And you are doing the right thing because you are fighting for your rights. You are actually advocating for those that can't speak. You are amplifying the voices of your sisters. So I encourage us out there, keep doing what you're doing. Keep encouraging others and keep advocating for change. The sky is your starting point. Thank you.
So thank you. The time for the panel is over. Thank you, amazing panelists, for sharing your experiences, for providing recommendations and solutions. So before we leave, we should prove that we are actually young people in the hall. So when I say girls, you say power. Girls? No, it's too dull. Girls! Girls! Power! Power!
Okay.
All right, we have a comment from the Zoom.
Yes.
I can't read that.
I can read. Let me help you.
Yeah.
And Fatima Mafi online says, mine is a contribution. I believe young people are doing pretty amazing things out there towards climate change and climate justice. But we need more encouragement and support from non-governmental organizations and the government as well. I would also like to suggest that the issues climate change should be included in our educational curriculum, for we need to be educated on how best we can provide solution to climate change challenges. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So thank you, panelists. All right.
Please, let's appreciate the panelists one more time. Thank you so much, Jonathan. And to Binto, Fatima, Amana, and Omar, thank you very, very much. We appreciate the great work you're doing, and sharing these realities with us is really incredible. Thank you very much. So we'll go on a quick tea break. Is that okay? Who wants tea? You are speaking for all of us now. Some people on this table might not want. Who needs tea, coffee break? All right, great. Good to know. We're going to go on that break for about 15 minutes. And then we'll all come back here. When we get back here, we'll now decide on how the breakout session would go. Is that okay? Is that okay? So we agree that we're going to come back here in good time. Then we'll arrange for the breakout session. All right, so it's officially time for the tea break, and it's going to run for 15, 20 minutes tops, and we're back here. Thank you for being amazing.
2 1 2 2 sound check 1 2.
All right, guys, move towards the restaurant for tea break. Let's move. We don't have time, please. Please, ladies. Let's make it snappy. No time. S'il vous plaît, restaurant, tea break. Oh, poolside, tea break. Hein? Petit déjeuner. Merci. Let's welcome Kadiata and Ramata. Kadiata and Ramata have got important information to share with us, and then I'll come give you a quick breakdown how the breakout session would go.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Rahama Isa, representing Ghana. Few weeks before this summit, group of young girls from all across countries came together to have a conversation online on issues affecting girls and women globally. Some of the things we discussed during the youth talk included how sexism and negative cultural beliefs hinder women and girls' political participation, how girls can use technology to amplify their voices for equal power, and also what support system do girls need to take up leadership positions in their various communities. We made presentations on all these three topics. Then we got a demand from the presentations that we are supposed to present to you today. My job is just to let you know what happened a few weeks ago, that my colleague Kadiata will present the demand to you. Thank you.
Bonsoir à toutes et à tous. Je réponds au nom de Kadiata Diallo. Je suis la présidente fondatrice de l'Union des jeunes filles leaders de Guinée et également présidente du Youth Adversary Panel. C'est un réel plaisir pour moi de prendre part à ce webinaire et de vous présenter les demandes qui ont été rédigées par la jeunesse au nom du Youth Talk. Il y a 72 heures de cela, un webinaire a été organisé par le Youth Talk au cours duquel nous avons formulé des demandes que nous devons adresser non seulement au gouvernement, mais également à toutes les institutions qui défendent les droits de la femme, comme Plan international par exemple. Donc ces demandes sont entre autres. Permettez-moi de lire. Les jeunes demandent plus de plateformes d'expression des voix des filles et de partage d'expériences au niveau communautaire, national et international. Cela les aidera à renforcer l'estime de soi nécessaire pour prendre publiquement position sur le sujet sur la scène publique. Le soutien des parents, des frères, des oncles et de la famille en général pour qu'ils soient les premiers à soutenir les filles et à les encourager. Ainsi, elles pourront grandir en ayant confiance en elles et en ayant l'ambition de se lancer dans la vie politique. La mise en place de programmes de mentorat pour les filles afin de renforcer leur confiance en elles. Cela peut se faire par le biais de programmes de promotion des compétences féminines avec la célébration des filles et des jeunes femmes emblématiques pour encourager celles qui hésitent à se lancer dans la vie politique. La facilitation de l'accès des filles à une éducation de qualité et la promotion d'une culture de valorisation et de reconnaissance des aptitudes et des compétences des filles dès le milieu scolaire jusqu'à l'environnement professionnel. L'amplification des programmes d'autonomisation des filles au niveau communautaire et national, avec des possibilités de parrainage et de financement des initiatives des filles. Le renforcement des capacités et le soutien et la protection constante des filles qui sont déjà engagées dans la vie politique dans leur communauté et leur pays. Ainsi s'achèvent ces demandes. Je vous remercie.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And let's move on quickly now. So we mentioned the breakout session is going to happen. And we'll call on the team leads for the different sessions we're going to have. They will come forward and we'll get the ball rolling there. And the session is going to be for 2 hours maximum. No African time. From the session, we head straight to lunch. And lunch means 2-hour session. Lunch starts immediately after that, and we'll reconvene here at 3 p.m. Okay? I'm sure the team leads would advise on that. Yeah, lunch starts at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. lunch. We'll get back here at 3 p.m. So it means your breakout session, you need to be very snappy with it. So let's call on the lead here for online freedom. Please, let's welcome Umi Dauda. Applaud her. Online freedom and digital tools. Umi Dauda would be coordinating that. And then Pauline would handle girls' political power and participation. Let's welcome Pauline. Hawa will take on laws and policies, looking at enabling environment, which is very important. Please appreciate Hawa. And then Ifunaya will take on girls' political power and participation in emergency situations. All right then. So for Umi, first floor, right? You know your team. They will just go with you like mother duck. All right then. So first floor, online freedom, go with Umi for that. You know yourselves, right? Can you stand? Let me see. Online freedom. Snappy, snappy, snappy. Okay then. And just before I walk out of the hall, to just know that we hope to get key recommendations from you. Okay? And also expand on your recommendations. We don't just want highlights. So we agree that change is a constant. You have to build on it. Now, if the recommendation is based on a country, please indicate the country. It's important. And then take note for the commitment, plan leaders, what they have, what government have also. Attendance list. We need to be sure that no one skipped the class. And then key quotes also. Is that okay? All right, so Umi has her people. Pauline, Girls in Political Power, VIP room next to the restaurant. Please follow Pauline. Girls participation in Girls in Political Power. Take your stuff with you. Take your bag. It's a 2-hour session. Take your stuff. Take everything you need. And then Hawa, laws and policies, is going to be in the first floor also, on the first floor. Ifunaya. All right, she takes on girls in emergency situation. The main hall, stay back here. Girls in emergency situation, stay back in the hall. Laws and policies with Hawa, first floor. Online freedom with Umi, first floor. Hawa, your team, first floor. Pauline's team, Girls in Political Power, VIP room. It's close to the restaurant. But if you're with Ifunaya, Girls in Emergency Situation, please stay back here. Laws and policies, first floor with Hawa. Online freedom, first floor with Umi. If we're still unsure, online freedom, first floor with Umi. Also on the first floor, laws and policies with Hawa. Girls in emergency situation with Ifunaya. Main hall. And then Pauline's team, VIP room next to the restaurant. Girls in political process.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. Okay, no, we want it to be a bit more inclusive, so that's why. Hi, everybody. Hi. Please, can we combine two tables together? Let's merge. Hello, people. Yes, Shirley, please. You can combine the tables if you want to. So just turn your chairs, so everyone that's here, yeah. So just pull your chairs together, please. Thank you. So everyone that's here is for girls' political power and participation in emergency situations, right? Yeah, thank you. So to have a bit more inclusivity, I'm going to be doing this with Shirley for our French participants. Hi. Oh, Portuguese. We have Portuguese? No. He would interpret. Sorry, is that what? Okay, so what we're doing is just to foster a bit more inclusivity amongst ourselves. That's why we're picking someone here. He is, but Carl was saying that just to make it a bit more inclusive. So we were saying that during the meeting, just to have a bit more inclusivity, to have a young girl as well interpret. So she does French. So maybe for the Portuguese person, we can have an interpreter.
No, even the Portuguese does also.
Okay.
Then maybe you can help. I'll just come in.
Okay, all right then.
All the people here are only this group.
So just these people here. All right. So you can. I think this person. Yeah, we can just sit here.
In fact, what are the reason why I'm saying?
Sorry? Yes.
There's no Portuguese, right?
All right, please, let's conclude on this. We have an hour and 30 minutes, please. Maybe as I just read out the key guidelines, you could just interpret it for me. Okay. What?
Oh, you do it for them.
Okay. So you can also use. Okay, great. You can use your headphones and then they'll interpret. Okay.
Sorry, let me pass.
Okay. No, we're done now. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to, till they get to the booth, I'm just going to read out the key points, okay? So we need to get, okay. Okay, so we're going to be getting key recommendations. So yes, yesterday we highlighted all the problems that we face in each of our individual regions, our countries, and today we want to focus on the key recommendations. We want to focus on the youth demands, what we want from them. So please. Sorry. Is it working well now? Okay, yes. So I'm just reading out the guidelines for this session. So first of all, the section is an hour, 30 minutes. We're very time sensitive. And for the key recommendation, we are going to get key recommendations. So yesterday we talked about the problems affecting our different regions. So today we are making demands. And in our demands, we're going to expand on that. So you say, oh, we need capacity building in this region. We need to expand. What kind of capacity building? What exactly do we want? So they can work with that. Then if the recommendation is based on a country, we'll be highlighting that country or region. Then we're going to take notes because we've got a lot of commitments from the plant CEO, the government, and the rest. So we're going to take note of those commitments and add it in as well. Then I'm just going to take an attendance list of everyone that's here, and then we would have key quotes from each of us here just to back up what we're saying. So first of all, I need someone to volunteer to actually write down what we're saying. I did yesterday, but since I'm here, I don't think I can. Okay, do you speak English? Okay, thank you. She speak French, okay? You speak English?
Hello.
Yeah, so we have a French person. Can we get an English participant? Okay, so Adoka and...
Hello.
Come on for it. All right, okay, thank you.
So always speak into the mic.
Thank you. Okay, so for the participants, if you want to have the floor, you can use the microphone. Thank you. Okay, so let's get on to it. We highlighted several issues yesterday: terrorism, child marriage. What? Okay. Okay, so we highlighted terrorism, child marriage, poverty, women taking charge and not being appreciated. So today, what are those demands that we want to make? Who wants to have the floor first? Please remember 1 hour, 30 minutes. So, yes. If you have a recommendation, please just raise your hand. Okay, please.
Okay, good morning. From what we discussed yesterday, we talked about how young children, young girls, and even boys have the mentality that boys should be the one leading. Like we see it at the grassroots level, we see it at the tertiary level, and it's both common to us in Nigeria and I think in Niger. I think it was Niger that also mentioned it as well. Having girls always taking the back seats when it comes to positions, okay, and Ghana too. So I think what we could do is we could challenge these narratives, you understand? Like carry out various sensitization at all levels. So not just the tertiary level now, we'll be doing it even down to from primary schools to secondary schools at all levels, even in the various ministries that we have, because there are some government establishments in Nigeria here that the directors are always male. Hardly would you see that you have a female director on seat and all of that. So we needed to challenge that narrative, and the best way to do that is to carry out massive advocacy across all levels, across all sectors, most especially the educational sector, from primary schools to secondary schools to tertiary level.
Voilà, je pensais que hier aussi on allait déjà écrire les différentes recommandations, mais je vais encore revenir sur cela. Hier, j'avais dit à ce qu'on fasse des séances de sensibilisation pour que les jeunes filles aient connaissance de leurs droits et aussi de leur capacité de persuasion, mais aussi on peut vulgariser et les lois et les différentes résolutions telles que la résolution 2250, les PAT, les plans d'action territorial qui parlent des engagements et de l'autonomisation des jeunes filles et aussi de leur protection. On peut les vulgariser à travers les réseaux sociaux, à travers Facebook, Instagram et aussi à travers les différentes sensibilisations pour ces jeunes filles-là. Merci.
Yes, yes. No, it's okay. Yes. Okay, good morning, everybody. As part of recommendation, I think apart from Nigeria, yesterday we identified that age is a limitation in terms of political participation. And for Nigeria, we currently have a legal instrument that is the age reduction bill. And so I think that we can extend the campaign to other countries that may not already have that advocacy already, that there should be age reduction. And the idea for us in Nigeria when that campaign started was, if we are not too young to vote, then we are not too young to run as well. And that's what has brought about a metamorphosed into the age reduction bill. So if we can extend it to other regions, it will also help to boost political participation, not just for young people, but for us as young women and young girls. Thank you very much.
Hello, okay. Good morning all. So I want to focus on the aspect of child marriage or forced marriage. I noticed that in most countries is also an issue, and even during the marketplace, I heard of different countries speaking about it, and most times we need to create awareness, more of the awareness, more campaigns in this aspect, especially to parents or will I say the elderly ones in the society, because most of them are the ones who make these rules, who make the laws in the society and force the younger ones. Like some of us said, even from childbirth, you have someone you're betrothed to already and you have to get married whether you like it or not. So we have to create awareness on some diseases that some of these young girls kind of contract or go through, especially during for a child going into labor or getting pregnant. There are some issues, complications, and also the trauma that could come from it, and how it could be passed from generation to generation, causing more havoc instead of stopping it at a particular point. So we should create more awareness and not leave even the youngest child out of it, because even at their lowest levels, they can just interact playfully and still pass a message, and I tell you to stick. So I feel more campaign, more awareness on that aspect should be done. Thank you.
All right. On the issue of human trafficking, or rather, you know, usually when men abuse women, you don't really find those kind of things being really paraded like they used to be. So I think emphasis should be made, and then emphasis should be made on their kind of punishments. Do you understand? Like, some of these things are not usually projected on social media. In fact, in the communities, most times when you have cases of social gender-based violence, they take it up at the level, and then before you know what, the society cover us because they just believe that it's either a shame to the family and to the man or whatsoever. So I think these cases or the punishments should be paraded and emphasized in such a way that people learn from them. People learn from it, so that, like, seeing is believing. A lot of people believe that they can actually go away, go scot-free or yes. So I think emphasis should be made on that.
Okay, so I also think that already we've been doing.
So I wanted to add something based on your comment. You said human trafficking, and then people should. So are we talking about human trafficking or abuse? Yes, thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
Let me just add to. But we all know that there is, when children, women are being trafficked, there is no way that sexual-based violence would not. It's always they go hand in hand. So I think even within the same context, I think she's still right, because we've had cases of, and don't worry, in short, with the trend that we are having in Nigeria now, that everybody wants to japa, I think there was this story I saw on social media that she was saving money to travel out, gave it to the agent. Unknown to her, they took her to Libya. She had to start prostituting and all of that. And she finally, God just helped her. She finally found her way back to Nigeria, and she saw that same agent. Do you understand? And nothing was done. We just heard about it on social media, and it died there. I think, just like you said, it's not just about us knowing about these stories, but how can we follow up to make sure that the justice system is actually effective, even in the social media circle.
So that was actually the point I was about to raise, because one thing I've realized is that we already have the laws. For example, in Ghana, you realize that there are a lot of laws concerning a lot of things that we didn't know about, and even those who are concerned, even the stakeholders didn't know about them. I will give you an example. We did an advocacy on scrapping taxes. Scrapping medical examination fees paid by sexual assault victims. And the secretary of the Medical Doctors Association said that he didn't know the court actually could provide for funding for the doctors who come to testify in court. And so since they didn't know, they thought there was nothing like that, and because of the cost involved and everything, they weren't ready to do all of that. So these are the kind of things we need to focus on. What can we tell the government? What are they doing to ensure that the laws that we have created for ourselves actually work? It's time for us to call for an action from their side as well. We do the sensitization part. We go into the communities to tell them about child marriage. It's not good, they should stop. But I think that it's high time we actually punished corporates. About 2 years ago, we did an advocacy on ending child marriage, and we went to the national chief imam, because just as the case is here in Nigeria, child marriage is also rampant, very rampant in the northern region. And so seeing the chief imam as someone who is very high in authority, we went to him for him to declare child marriage as a bad practice, hoping that they would listen to him and then stop. But still, child marriage is going on, and I think that one thing that we have to do is punish corporates. That's the only way we can actually put a stop to all of these things going on. So moving on, I think one recommendation is making sure that the laws are enforced. That's my point.
Okay, so I was going to actually add to that. Regarding the imam, it's not just about imam. Going down to churches, going down to regional religions and all of that, we have to actually make sure that these people are aware of the law. Because sometimes most people feel like they are above the law. They can do anything just because I don't see the actions, or they don't see the actions that has been given when the law is passed. And then I was going to speak on awareness. When you said awareness, talking about social media awareness, it's key. But we won't forget that the people we're trying to reach sometimes are not on social media. They are not, maybe we're trying to reach out to a secondary school girl who is still in school and don't have access to Facebook, Instagram, and all of that. We are creating awareness on social media, and she is not even aware. She doesn't even know where she stands. She doesn't even know that there are laws guiding her. So I think a recommendation I would want to say we should actually we should get a campaign on the street, a door-to-door campaign, a door-to-door sensitization to create awareness, let these people know. And I'd also want to add to something. Oftentimes when things happen to these people, they don't know where to report to. Like, they don't know the phone number to call. They don't know who to call. Sometimes they go to the police. Let's take, for instance, domestic violence. A couple was involved in domestic violence. Here in Nigeria, they will tell you it's a family matter, but it is not. There is actually a law against domestic violence. But if this person doesn't know, she would keep enduring into it. There's a law against early child marriage, but if they don't know, if they are not aware of who to call, who to talk to, it keeps going on. So these things has to be brought to a lower level in the villages, in the streets. People have to know, let them know that these places, they could talk to this person. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I wanted to. Okay, so, I don't know. Sorry, before you go, I just wanted to point on what she said. So you said that we're going to, like, do community awareness, let people know that they have a place to go to report these things. I wanted to point out that some of these people, yes, truthfully, they're not aware. I once went for a sensitization and we're talking about child rights, and I was like, okay, if you get abused, you can go to the police station. And a girl said to me, I'm not sure she's even up to 10, she said, if I go to the police station, the person that abused me will pay the police money and they will not answer me. So in as much as we are telling them you can go here, the justice system has truly failed everyone in this country. So we need to not only look at sensitizing the people in the community, but also the people in the justice system. So we have to look at how are we ensuring that the policemen in those communities are going to be, doing their jobs, basically.
I think that's where we raised the call for action from the government. Like, we're telling the government that they needed to do better in terms of our legal system. They needed to do better in terms of our justice system, because there's no, we can't actually be in position to make quality decisions for our lives if we feel that there are certain places that when we go to, there's no point. Do you understand? But then I would also want to say something that on the issue of knowing the laws of the land, do you understand? Knowing that for each particular issues that arises, or for each particular, down from education, even in education in Nigeria is free and compulsory, but in some places it's not always being, it's not being practiced, do you understand? And those parents go away scot-free. There are some states in Nigeria that has, and they arrest the parents whenever they see children hawking. They pick up the children, then arrest the parents, and penalize the parents because they found their children hawking. There are some states that have been able to implement that kind of law to be able to tackle the issue of education, especially for young girls, right? But then there are some states still in Nigeria here that, even though the federal government have said this is free and compulsory, they are not following the law, and there's nothing in place to ensure that, okay, these people are adhering to the law. So I think we needed to come up with a strategy that will let the government know that they needed to do better in terms of ensuring that our laws are being fully implemented and the people are fully aware of the law. So I think if we could partner with policymakers, legislative guys, do you understand? Because even me, I know that there are some laws that I am ignorant of. So if we get to be aware, we know, we become knowledgeable, we'll be able to pass down that knowledge and we'll be able to do accordingly.
Ok, moi je vais un peu revenir sur ce que ma sœur du Nigeria a dit sur les violences basées sur le genre. Alors, ces femmes-là qui sont victimes des violences basées sur le genre et d'exploitation en tant que domestiques dans les maisons des riches et autres, moi je crois que pour répondre vraiment à nos noms d'actrices de changement, il faut créer des partenariats avec des organisations qui luttent pour les droits des jeunes filles et qui sont engagées comme plan international, de faire des partenariats avec le gouvernement et essayer de voir comment est-ce qu'on peut réinsérer ces jeunes femmes-là qui sont victimes de ces violences basées sur le genre. Parce que beaucoup, si par exemple, dans ma communauté, on viole une jeune fille, c'est très difficile pour elle de sortir la tête haute, même si en fait, c'est pas elle qui a appelé ce violeur pour venir la violer. Non, c'est pas elle. Donc, elle peut pas sortir la tête haute et vaquer à ses occupations comme il le faut. Et à cause de cela, les parents eux-mêmes vont partir la marier, ou bien c'est très difficile pour elle d'avoir un mari. Donc, essayer de réinsérer ces jeunes femmes-là victimes de violences victimes de violences basées sur le genre dans la communauté à travers les activités, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, entrepreneuriales, et aussi essayer de voir comment est-ce qu'on peut améliorer leur situation de vie. Voilà.
So after her, we'll just move to basically a call for action. So just go.
Sur ce qu'elle a dit, j'aimerais un peu ajouter par rapport aux violences basées sur le genre. Dans ma communauté, Plan a essayé de mener certaines actions pour remédier à cela à travers des formations des agents qui vont descendre sur le terrain pour aller parler aux jeunes, sensibiliser les parents sur comment faire lorsqu'on est peut-être violé. Je prends l'exemple dans le cas de violence sexuelle. Ils ont mis tous les différents secteurs de promotion de la femme et de la famille est impliqué, MINAS, Pro-Femmes est impliqué, le gouvernement, le MINSanté est impliqué, les gens de la sécurité aussi impliqués. Donc maintenant, lorsque par exemple une fille est violée, il y a des étapes là où elle va peut-être commencer en premier temps. On commence au niveau bas. On commence d'abord dans la communauté, peut-être à travers le Jaro, tout ça. C'est un système qu'on a mis en place pour permettre, maintenant les filles dénoncent. Avant, les filles ne dénonçaient pas. Elles se raffemaient. Mais maintenant, à travers les choses qu'on a mis en place pour qu'il y ait des processus à suivre si tu es violé. L'enfant est traumatisé. L'enfant a du traumatisme. Maintenant, il y a des personnes, les psychologues, on refait l'enfant vers cette personne. Et le gouvernement, ils ont mis en place le genre que si je viens, je te dis la vérité, tu ne dois pas dire. Anonyme. Tu conceptes, oui, la confidentialité. Parce que dès que tu ne respectes pas la confidentialité, je prends l'exemple, je suis partie, j'ai laissé une plainte au niveau du commissariat. Et maintenant, on vulgarise. Je te porte plainte, on va t'arrêter. Donc, c'est ce genre d'action qu'on est en train de mener sur nos différentes localités et les recommandations que je peux donner, si tous les pays peuvent faire cela et que si on pouvait vulgariser partout, apprendre, former les jeunes, les informer qu'elles ont vraiment le droit de dénoncer, pas qu'elles aient peur, pas qu'elles pensent qu'en dénonçant, la communauté va les dénigrer. Non, le système est en train de changer. Pas qu'elles se sentent coupables. Il y a ça. Et d'autres points, ce que j'aimerais encore ajouter sur les recommandations, c'est que il faut amener la fille à avoir une prise de conscience, à prendre conscience. Parce que souvent, la fille même, elle ne sait pas, elle a l'impact, elle peut impacter, elle peut changer, elle ignore. Elle ignore qu'elle a ce potentiel de changer quelque chose. Elle ne sait pas souvent qu'elle est intelligente. Il faut entrer sur le terrain, aller, comme disait l'autre, peut-être de porte à porte, avoir des discussions avec les filles. Moi, je souhaiterais même qu'au lieu directement d'aller sensibiliser les filles, je préfère plutôt aller avoir des discussions avec les filles pour comprendre les problèmes qu'elles ont. Entrer en profondeur. Oui. Faire, oui, peut-être des focus group. Entrer en profondeur de savoir exactement les problèmes qu'elles ont. Parler aussi avec les parents. De communiquer avec les parents. Est-ce que les parents ont des problèmes pour communiquer avec leurs enfants? quelles sont donc les causes, autant de choses, avant de peut-être de trouver certaines solutions. On peut décider d'aller sensibiliser dans un village, peut-être sur les MST, les maladies sexuellement transmissibles, alors que ce n'est pas ce problème qui prônent dans leur communauté. Peut-être c'est plutôt le mariage forcé. Donc, il faut essayer d'aller chercher les problèmes qui se trouvent dans la communauté, après d'amener des actions et aussi de créer un parti peut-être émergent pour les jeunes, comme disait mon ami nigérienne hier, essayer de créer un parti politique émergent pour les jeunes. Ce n'est pas un parti politique qui aura peut-être les élections, mais pour que les différentes voix des jeunes soient entendues sur toute l'étendue du territoire. Donc voilà quelques recommandations que je peux suggérer.
Okay, so we want to focus on action points now, like so we've mentioned all these amazing things that we think should be done, and we can't do it alone. Can you hear it? Okay, we can't do it alone. We need the government, we need plans. What did she say?
Oh, she wants to say something
No, I'm
before
saying-
you go on.
I'm saying, okay, that we should add it to that. 2 minutes, please.
Juste 2 minutes.
D'accord. Ce que je vais juste ajouter, c'est que quand on parle de participation des filles, des participations politiques des filles, c'est que plusieurs secteurs influencent de façon négative sur la participation politique. C'est bon. Donc, je disais que plusieurs secteurs influencent de façon négative. C'est bon, non? Ah, ok. D'accord, je disais que plusieurs secteurs influencent de façon négative sur la participation politique des filles. Donc, on a les mariages d'enfants, nous avons les lois qui ne sont pas respectées, mais aussi le problème d'harmoniser, par exemple, les conventions, l'âge du mariage et tout ça. Parce que nous, au Sénégal, le vrai problème qu'on a, c'est le respect de l'âge du mariage des enfants. Le Sénégal a signé la convention sur l'âge du mariage à 18 ans. Le code pénal nous dit l'âge du mariage c'est à 18 ans. Alors que il existe un autre code qu'on appelle code de la famille qui nous dit que l'âge du mariage c'est à 16 ans. Donc vous voyez ce que je veux dire. Le problème, c'est notre, en tout cas, plus grand problème. L'autre chose est que quand on parle des lois qui ne sont pas respectées, nous avons la loi de la parité qui est là-bas et que cette loi a permis à plusieurs femmes d'intégrer dans le monde de la politique. Mais aujourd'hui, cette loi peut-être n'est pas du tout respectée. Du coup, quand on fait pression pour que cette loi est respectée, il n'y a pas de suivi. Donc, juste pour dire que les lois, nous aussi, nous devons faire de telle sorte que lorsqu'ils sont appliqués, que nous faisons des suivis pour que cette application, on ne cesse pas cette application, soit effectivement. Quand on parle aussi des comportements qu'on inflige, que la société, la famille inflige aux filles, aux garçons, ça a un impact sur l'éducation des filles. Parce que beaucoup de filles aujourd'hui, tu vois, dans les écoles de primaire, nous avons un nombre plus unique de filles. Alors que quand on vient en 6e, au lycée, nous n'avons pas cet effectif qu'on avait dès l'école primaire. Donc, il faudra chercher, par exemple, sensibiliser pour maintenir les filles à l'école parce que c'est très important. On ne peut pas avoir une participation effective des filles dans le monde de la politique sans pour autant qu'on ait la capacité de maintenir ces filles-là à l'école pour qu'elles aient, par exemple, les compétences qu'il faut donc pour assurer certains postes. Donc l'âge aussi est très important parce que nous au Sénégal, quand on parle si tu veux être un député, il faut avoir 25 ans. Donc, imagine, on ne donne pas la possibilité à une fille qui a 22 ans, 23 ans, même 24 ans, d'être là où on décide. alors que peut-être elle a les capacités, les pouvoirs de gérer ce poste-là. Donc, il te faut 25 ans pour être dans les lieux où, pour être écouté en tout cas, et dire peut-être les problèmes que tu te rends, que tu as et tout ça, et les jeunes aussi. Donc, il faut savoir aussi, les générations ne sont pas les mêmes, l'intelligence aussi pareil. Donc, il faudra qu'on essaie de voir est-ce qu'on ne peut pas diminuer l'âge pour être député, ministre, même président. Merci.
All right, so thank you everyone. These were such amazing ideas that we all have. But like I was saying before, we can't do it alone. We need the support of the government, plan, ECOWAS, and we've got a couple of them make commitments to us. So now we want to look at, from the youth-led organizations to plan to the government, what exactly are our calls for action to them, to each of them. And we also mentioned that, sorry, give me a minute. Okay, yes. Then after that, we have 45 minutes left though. So after that, we have to now get like key quotations, quotes, you know, to support this as well. So Shelly, you want to say something?
Yes, I was just suggesting that we should tackle it one after. I was suggesting that we should tackle it one after the other. So which one are we tackling? Which, who is our target right now? What are the recommendations we are giving to whoever? We should know who we are addressing the specific recommendations to.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's start one after the other.
Okay.
Which one is first?
So also, if there's a problem that's affecting just one region, I think you should also state that this is just one region that it's affecting, or if it's a general problem, and all of that. So let's start. So you can, what? So, yeah. So let's start with the government. Okay. Yes. No problem. Sorry, where's the second mic? No, so that she can.
Hello.
Who's
Okay.
Portuguese here? Is there a Portuguese person here?
French.
French. No, so just please give her the second mic so she can be doing it till he comes back. Okay, so let's continue. So let's look at the government. What exactly is our call to action for them? What do we want them to
Alors,
do?
on va commencer avec les gouvernements. Alors, quelles sont les recommandations? Okay, I want to start by looking at what the government can do.
Um,
Ce que les gouvernements peuvent faire. Like in aspects.
C'est bon?
Okay, I feel most times if you're trying to change a narrative and the government isn't in support of it, you are more like fighting a lost fight. So let's say, okay.
Alors,
I thought the guy is back. He's back. Can I go on? Okay. Okay. So I feel the government should be in support.
le gouvernement doit être supportif
Bec-
aux actions qu'on va prendre.
Because she mentioned something. She said
Elle a mentionné quelque chose.
she said confidentiality and also trust. If people have issues and they don't
Il faut
trust
que
for a
les
solution,
gens aient confiance en les choses que les filles vont dire quand ils sont violés.
So if the government is in support, Adoka also said something. She said most times you just raise, or somebody mentioned, you just raise issues and along the line you see the issue is hot on social media, everybody's...
Parfois, nous parlons des issues ou bien les problèmes, mais nous voyons sur l'Internet et rien, ils ne peuvent pas faire rien des problèmes.
Voila. And then and then sometimes there should be a follow-up to make sure that if issues like this are raised, and the government in charge should make sure that there's a follow-up so that people who might be facing such would speak and know that they will get justice, or their voices will be heard. They will get the right thing to be done in that aspect, especially if they face maybe abuse, they face some challenges, and the government knows they've put policies that are in place that, you know, if you should violate, you'll be punished. Then there should be a follow-up. If there was a rape case, the public should be carried along till there is justice for that. So if the government starts that, then more people will speak up, and of course more people will make sure they don't fall victim to some of these issues that affect the girls' participation, just like we've mentioned.
I just wanted to point out that, you know, that yesterday we talked about that there are some laws already in place. So it's important also that we know some of those laws, so that when we're saying, okay, we want this, we know that there are laws in place, but we want you to look at those laws, not just because they should not just be there. So maybe when you're like highlighting your point, you can just, you know, cite the law that is already in place and that you want government to focus on that.
All right, so for us to do that, in the Nigerian context, we have the Child Rights Act, which is not fully implemented in all the 36 states in Nigeria. And so we need the government now to take that up and ensure that all states are applying this Child Rights Act. That's the first one, yeah? Then the second one is for the age reduction bill. I think there's some sort of discrepancy in the sense that we have the age for parliament have been reduced to 21. Then for presidency has been reduced to, I think, from 30. But then for governorship, it's still at 40. You understand? So we want like a balanced system whereby across all stratas, if we're saying the youngest or the age that is applicable for you to go into leadership is 21, then let it be 21 across all levels. Then okay, yes. And then secondly, in terms of
Should they cut across or specific to Nigeria?
okay, no, this okay for the other countries, I would like to make a recommendation, but that's not to the government now. That's mostly even to ECOWAS, because I think ECOWAS deal with those countries directly, right? Mm-hmm. Like ECOWAS, your country deals with ECOWAS.
Yes, but they don't really have
that much
power.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say is now with the introduction of the not too young to rule bill in Nigeria could actually be adopted in other countries, and the age reduction bill as well should actually be adopted in other countries as well, because I mean we've seen it so far. It has worked, even though we are not there yet, but we could see we've made a little progress, and we can say that there's some level of impact in that areas, and I feel that other countries can adopt that as well. Then another challenge we have in Nigeria is political parties. Now we see that most of our political parties in Nigeria here are mostly the
the prominent parties are mostly, we have elderly people in those parties, and it's very difficult for young people to come under without the godfatherism factor playing out, right? So if we could, the government should make rules that makes it easier for emerging political parties that consist of both young men and women as a criteria, you understand? So I think, I don't know, maybe if somebody wants to add to what I've just said on the issue of emerging political parties for young men and female.
Okay, so who wants to go next? Let's make it quick. Everybody was giving beautiful ideas just now, so.
On the issue of gender-based violence, or rather terrorism, I think we spoke about that yesterday.
Yeah,
as
spoke
well.
about terrorism.
Okay, on the issue of terrorism, I think we need to call on the government to really be transparent. I don't know how that works or what law calls for transparency and justice, but I think the government has to do that, especially the issue of Boko Haram, because in Nigeria, I think we have a high, like, there's this level of negotiation between terrorists and the government. So it's something that should not be encouraged, but transparency and justice should prevail. More like, I don't know how.
Okay, then what about gender-based violence? You're going to say something on that.
No. Sorry, Teresa just said something. Okay. On the issue of security, I'm not sure I can quote the section of the Constitution that relates to that, but I learned that there are some issues of top security that the government can withhold. It's just like, more like the veto power. They can keep it, anything that will threaten the security of the nation, and so that could become a limitation for us when we are asking for transparency, because the government can tell us that it is not safe to expose such an information. You get, so that's what I wanted to say.
Okay, so what do we now do in terms of the issues of terrorism? Because we did mention yesterday that it mostly affects, because it displaces a lot of young girls and women. I mean, there are still girls. Oh, my apologies, sorry. So what can we do now in terms of terrorism? Because this affects a lot of young girls. I mean, we still have girls in captivity till now. So what exactly can we ask the government to do regarding that?
They should do better.
I don't know how this works, but the truth is, security is something that is affecting almost every region in the world, and just like Faith has said, they could do better. But is it possible that we advocate possibly private lessons, more like private lessons? I don't know, it has worked maybe for, let's say, a small group, because before schools and then we now have people gathering everybody, there were systems in place that people could learn on a smaller group. And I think at some point, because of war and everything, history has it that, they'll just gather small group. It will now become more like small group kind of education, private. Maybe within certain time they can bring maybe a particular number, let them learn. Like, they should now put education more like based on timing, like schedule, that so that it could help, because we cannot say education should stop because there is insecurity, but we could help the system if it's possible, that maybe at different timing, let's say some people could come in the morning, learn,
and then in the afternoon they could go and do other things, another group like that, something like that. It could work instead of just keeping the girls away from school, because most times it's the girls that are not going to school because of these situations. So I don't know if it works though.
I mean, with the issue of insecurity and education, right? We've seen in Nigeria here, I don't know for other countries though. In Nigeria, we do morning and afternoon school. So in the morning, people come because even aside the issue of insecurity, even hunger. So you see some children that are passionate about school who go to the farm in the morning, then they'll attend afternoon school. So we have that system is actually working to some extent, but I would still say that the government needed to tighten security around our borders. Do you understand? All those isolated, aside the borders now, even the isolated areas, we needed to tighten security around those areas. And then secondly, we've seen victims that have become they end up, because of what has happened to them, they end up picking up arms as a way of saying that since the government has abandoned us and we would protect ourselves, and then they end up being a menace to the society. And so one way the government, I know that a lot of people have mixed feelings when we have issues of repentant Boko Haram and all of that, forgetting the fact that we've had cases of 12-year-old boys, even girls even boys are being kidnapped, like are being abducted during these cases of insecurity, but they are not amplified as much. And so most of them end up picking up arms. So if there was a way that after, I know they have IDP camps that now absorb these people, but we still have to do carry out therapy for them, to let them know that there is still life outside of all that has happened to them. We don't have that kind of mechanism in place that help people in terms of the aftermath, dealing with the aftermath of insecurity. And the government needed to it's not just NGOs, INGOs coming to distribute relief items. Some of them have been traumatized and all of that. Some people were very wealthy, and all it took was Boko Haram to attack their village, and they lost all their cattle and everything. So I feel like there should be a system in place. The government should find a way of ensuring that
yes. So I think another thing that we can also look at in terms of the IDP camps. So I don't know if this is for does every country have IDP camps? So do you have no, there's a Nigerian girl, she stepped out, I think.
Est-ce que vous avez les problèmes de Boko Haram?
Do you have situations of IDP camps? Okay, so for the
Genre, nous, le problème que nous avons sont les trafics d'enfants, donc qui sont qui deviennent de plus en plus nombreux là-bas. Donc, je suis tout à fait d'accord avec la fille, ce qu'elle a dit. Au fait, il faudra mettre la pression sur le gouvernement pour qu'il puisse améliorer donc la sécurité dans toutes les régions. Maintenant, pour la question de genre, moi je crois qu'il ne faut pas mettre la pression sur le gouvernement. Au fait, la base, ça se trouve au niveau des familles, parce que l'éducation, ça commence là-bas, au fait. Ce sont des comportements, les tâches réservées spécifiquement aux filles. Ce sont eux qui vont impacter de façon négative sur la vie de la fille et qui vont impacter plus tard sur l'éducation et dans plusieurs secteurs. Maintenant, il faudra sensibiliser ces parents-là. Nous, pour la participation politique des filles, avec une organisation qu'on appelle AEGS, ce qu'on fait, on sait que les défis à relever, donc sur ce qui concerne les mariages d'enfants, les violations faites aux filles et tout ça, nous savons que ça devient de plus en plus nombreux. Donc du coup, on s'est dit qu'il est urgent d'agir et que pour ça, pour pouvoir réduire ces inégalités, nous savons qu'il faudra une participation, un engagement politique fort, par exemple des candidats. Du coup, on est allé vers les différents candidats. Donc, lors des élections locales, nous avons lancé 2 campagnes. Une campagne lors des élections locales pour faire signer, faire engager aux différents maires, aux différents candidats, donc qu'ils seront prêts, qu'ils signent cette manifeste, parce qu'on avait écrit un manifeste. Ils vont lire ça. S'ils sont d'accord avec les différents points, ils vont porter le combat et vont signer et s'engager à porter ce combat au niveau régional, national. Donc, on a lancé également une autre campagne au niveau, pendant les élections législatives, ce qui nous a beaucoup aidé parce qu'on a parvenu à faire signer 30 députés et que certains parmi eux sont devenus des députés et un de nos ambassadeurs est devenu même député. Peut-être c'est ce manifeste, c'est notre campagne qui les a poussés à candidater pour porter le combat au niveau national. Parce que c'est là où les lois, mais également les décisions sont prises. Donc imaginez que l'AEGS parvient à faire signer, à faire porter le combat à ses députés et qu'une fois là-bas, eux, ils vont porter ce combat-là. Ils vont faire voter des lois qui sont en faveur, en tout cas des jeunes, et que des lois qui feront impliquer à 30% les jeunes, particulièrement les filles, dans ces instances de prise de décision. Donc je crois que ce sont ces genres d'engagement-là qu'il faut que ces organisations prennent, mettre la pression sur les décideurs, mais également faire porter le combat donc aux décideurs.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Terrorism. So just let me it was about the IDP camps. So for the IDP camps, in as much as they're providing therapy for them, if you go to some of these camps, the living conditions are horrible. So as much as you're providing therapy, I think that we should also work on making the IDP camps a bit more habitable. I mean, you don't have to just depend on the NGOs and the INGOs coming in. I mean, there was a situation of going to the IDP camp and one of the girls was begging for sanitary pads because they couldn't afford that, they didn't have that, they don't even have proper beds to sleep on. So I think they should also look at the situation of the IDP facilities and make it more conducive. Okay, Shirley, go ahead.
Yeah, so the issue about terrorism, I think it's actually a collective action. So we need to get recommendations at all levels. So one, at the level of youth groups, I think our main task over here is to sensitize ourselves, the youth. Because in Ghana, back in Ghana, before vacation, we learned that there's been so many conversations going on in Ghana about terrorism because of we being surrounded by all of these terrorism attacks and all of that, which I think is not enough. But I've been privileged to be part of such conversations, and we learned that even in my school, in the University of Ghana, there are people who have been picked by ISIS already and are under training to undertake such terrorist attacks and all of that, which I think is a great concern. So it's up to us as youth advocates, as activists, to actually go onto the field in our schools, in the primary schools, in our communities, to also sensitize our friends, because it's the youth that they normally engage in such things. There's no way they are going to take an old man to go and be part of ISIS, Boko Haram, and all. It's the youth, it's the young people. So our main work here is to ensure that we sensitize just amongst ourselves the dire consequences of being part of such terrorist groups. And then secondly, I think one thing that the government can also do is to increase awareness and then tighten security, as you said. So as I was saying, already they are the members of these terrorist groups are in the country. So even if they ensure tight security at the borders, they are already amongst us. You get it? So one thing that they can do, I support the fact that they should tighten security, but there should be more awareness on the fact that terrorism is not the solution to the problems that they want solutions to. It's just not the solution. And I would like to know over here, I don't know, as I said, fortunately, Ghana, we haven't experienced terrorism, but I think most of the countries over here have already experienced that. And so what are some of the reasons why these terrorist groups do all the actions that they undertake? What are some of the reasons? For example, I know that sometimes they are not happy with the government and they want action. It's like we are all fighting for the same thing, but they are doing it in a very different way. And so I think as government, one recommendation that we can have for the government is to ensure that they also come into a consensus, get themselves on a table to actually negotiate what is it that you want, and then get us girls. We are talking about political participation. Terrorist groups are not state actors, they're actually non-state actors, but when it gets to this point, there has to be a compromise. And so getting stakeholders such as women, girls, political leaders, and even these terrorist groups to come into a consensus that, okay, listen, this is what we need, this is what we can also do as governments, and then I think everything can go in the right direction. Yeah.
You're saying we should negotiate.
Yeah, that's
with
exactly what I
terrorists.
want to say. Like, you're saying
we're not
we should
supposed
have
to
round table
negotiate
with
with them.
terrorists.
We've tried that and it didn't work.
I actually wanted to know the reason, the specific. Exactly.
Because there's a lot of reasons. There's politics, there's religion, and so discussing or sitting down with terrorists is what? I'm hearing. Okay, oh, okay, you can't hear me. But give her, I'll give it to you. So I don't know if.
Okay, but you okay? So now, initially, Boko Haram started as they were against Western education, and so and we had people that were in their support that yes, what has the Western education benefited us and all of that. But then over the years, it has changed from fighting against the Western education to just killing people unnecessarily, abducting people, destroying lives. Do you understand? It's with or without. Okay, so we've had you. We've told you. Yeah, come to the table. Tell us what the problem is, and you told us you are against education. But okay, how? They just want. It seemed that was the case. Do you understand? But then it has transcended, and then we have victims now forming sub parties. That we have the ISWAP, we even have bandits, and the case of bandits is that they've seen how lucrative kidnapping is in Nigeria, and so they are getting into it. You understand? You see that the person that is even going about kidnapping, you might even know that they'll tell you, oh, is this your uncle that came and told us that you got money?
Exactly.
You understand? So now the youths now are saying, oh, so this is where the money is, because the government keeps negotiating with them. So it's like, okay, so these persons will now come out and confess, I'm sorry, I was a Boko Haram, or I was a kidnapper. You are forgiven. Then they'll now take you for rehab abroad. What message are we saying? It means that you can actually do it and get away with it.
So I want to point out something, and I want to talk about the Niger Delta militants. This is a situation that we've gone through. So we're still going through Boko Haram, but the Niger Delta militants is still happening. So I'm from the Niger Delta region, and then we're having kidnapping was a lucrative business. White people. So the Niger Delta region has oil, and white people were always there. because of the oil from Shell, Chevron, and the rest. So they kidnapped one person. He went, they negotiated, they paid millions. It turned into a lucrative business. When white people stopped coming, they started kidnapping their own brothers and sisters. At a point, they were kidnapped for 30,000 naira. So you kidnap. Yes, it became a lucrative business. Then Yar'Adua's government, bless his soul, came up with amnesty. It now turned into something else completely. Okay, I can do whatever I want. Even if, yes, the Niger Delta Meters, they first of all came with a cause of stop destroying our water, stop destroying our lands. The oil is affecting our farms, affecting our streams. That was what started it. Okay, before you know it, we started having the oil bunkerings, we started having the random kidnaps on the road. Then you couldn't even go to Port Harcourt because you can go there, they'll tell you 700K to come back the way you're coming from. So sitting down and negotiating with them, it's not very... Yes, it does, because then they feel like, okay, we can do whatever we want. New groups will even come up, and then...
So the way forward is that for every bandit, for every kidnapper, for every criminal that is participating in any act that terrorizes the society, the government should punish them. Like no, like no. We know that. Now, our action plan is that we want the government, because we will do our part by what? Raising awareness. You understand? We would always call the government to action. Tell them that, see, this thing is not right, and you needed to sit up. Do you understand? But on their part now, you have a leader that is ready to do the work. And you are not now saying what you want him to do. It will be as if, okay, so we are not serious, we are not ready. The government is supposed to tackle insecurity, and they've been saying that I know, according to our own context now in Nigeria, we've spent a lot of money on insecurity, and it seems like it's a joke.
Yes, there's no solution.
Le Boko Haram, ça a commencé avec Boko Haram, qui veut dire l'école interdite. Je crois qu'il est en train de... Qui veut dire l'école interdite. On ne peut pas avoir une table de négociation avec eux. On ne peut pas avoir une table de négociation avec eux. Parce que s'ils viennent pour dire que eux, c'est l'école occidentale qu'ils ne veulent pas, peut-être le gouvernement peut prendre des engagements, dire qu'il va aussi inclure. Il est en train de traduire. Dire.
Yeah, we can hear you in English.
Peut-être que le gouvernement peut aussi prendre des engagements pour dire qu'il va aussi inclure, une éducation coranique dans le programme de l'école. Alors que eux, on ne sait même pas ce qu'ils veulent. Pour un peu revenir à ce que ma soeur ici a dit, là-bas aussi à Difa, maintenant tellement que le problème Boko Haram est tellement grand, ils voient que les gens voient que les différents enlèvements rapportent. Eux aussi, les gens de la communauté qui sont affectés par ce problème de Boko Haram, ils disent qu'ils veulent aussi enlever tel aussi pour contre rançon. Et notamment, ce sont les jeunes filles qu'on enlève parce qu'elles sont vulnérables. Quand elles partent à l'école ou bien quand elles partent faire du bois dans des brousses, elles sont facilement attaquables. Et aussi, j'ai oublié.
J'ai oublié, j'avais l'idée.
All right. On the issue of terrorism, let me actually emphasize on it. I think any person that is coming into power, there are some key things that he must be able to explain how to tackle. If he can,
Buhari said he was going to tackle Boko Haram in 3 months.
you tell us how you want.
And we are here.
I understand. You tell us how you are able to do it. For instance, now, I understand.
He said he later see the ability of the government to lie to us.
What? Sorry.
Sorry. There's exactly we do not have any form of transparency and accountability from the government, and that is our major issue. They would say anything to win the election.
Strategic reasons as to why as to how you are going to do these things. You're not going to tell us I'm going to do away with. That was what Buhari said. He's going to do away with terrorism within a short period. Exactly, that was what he said. It doesn't make sense. It's hungry people that go for this kind of ideas. But at this point, we are seeing things that are happening. Okay. At this point, we are seeing things that are happening.
Okay. Please let him say something.
Okay.
I just want to point something out. I don't know if it's the same thing, but there's actually an act. Mike, please. So there's actually an act, a national legislation against terrorism Prevention and Amendment Act created in 2013. I've never heard of it before, and I want to find out what this is.
Sorry, let him just speak.
Can you just
Okay, on issue on insecurity in Nigeria, I think the major problem or challenge we have in Nigeria here, why the increase of insecurity is lack of unemployment. And I think that this lack of unemployment started years back because it's lack of orientation in tertiary institution. In Nigeria, they make us to understand once you are graduated from high institution, you get job. You find out that you graduate from high institution, you are still looking for how to get job. So is one of the major issues is unemployment in Nigeria. That is the reason why they are making use of our youth, joining Boko Haram and other terrorism activities. Insecurity, that is the major challenge.
All right. Actually, we have dwelled on this insecurity thing for a while, so I think we should move on because I have quite some. Okay. But then, regarding the insecurity, I'm just going to chip into it. Right? We have to be very, very blunt about this. There is nobody holding the government accountable. You come up and you tell us this is what you want to do. This is how you want to tackle it. And when you don't do it, there is nobody looking at you that you didn't do this, that you... See, we cannot walk into a government organization. Let's take, for instance, Nigeria. We can't go to the House of Assembly and say, for instance, the Chibok case, right? It tarried for a while. It looked as though they gave it attention. After a while, it dissolved to thin air. Till today, nobody held them accountable. When they were making vows, we were almost there. We are almost getting to the root of things. It seemed as though, yes, the government was doing something. And they are in charge of the media. So when they say stop making publicity of this thing, the media stops. Do you understand? And it's becoming heart discerning. Okay, so regarding what I have written up, like I can go ahead, right? Okay.
Close on this issue. Yeah, regarding the insecurity. Okay, so we've all spoken on this as well. Yes, so that's what I want to point out. So we've one house. Thank you. So we've spoken on insecurity issue, and we've agreed that there needs to be accountability and transparency. Now I'm going to ride on his point where he said employment, and then we're also going to look at education. We're going to look at poverty, and we're going to look at hunger, because these are one of the major issues why a 12-year-old boy or a family will send their son to go and join terrorists because they promised them a bag of rice. So what can the government, for example, for education, please, I think we should have a brand new curriculum, because what we are learning, I don't know about your own schools, but when they taught me in school, I got into the workspace. They asked me where I graduated from.
Well, they did not ask me, Sha, but you just know that what you are doing is completely different. So you're teaching people with 1983 curriculum in this present age. So I think that we need to get like a brand new curriculum. So we need government to actually, there should be a budget for education, and that budget should be implemented for education, for employment. Please, they should be telling private institutions, don't be looking for 6 years job experience from somebody that just graduated. Where do you want the person to get those experience from? And I think our educational system should have internships put in place. Even the courses that have internships, like engineering and the rest, how many of them actually do? You go there and they put you in one office, you are fixing light bulb, you have done IT. So we should look at all those things, create a curriculum that works. And for hunger and poverty, today, me, I don't know how people solve hunger and poverty issue, but yes.
On the issue of
À propos de ce qu'elle vient de dire, j'ai une question pour elle. C'est à propos de ce qu'elle vient de dire. J'ai une question pour elle. She has a question for you. Et tu dis que la pauvreté et l'éducation. Moi, je dis que tout ça, c'est l'insécurité qui a amené ça. Alors, comment est-ce que le changement des programmes dans nos écoles peut impacter sur la sécurité de nos jeunes?
She was actually saying that all of these hunger crises and everything is caused by the insecurity that's going on.
Oh, okay. So you want to answer? Okay.
On hunger. On the issue of this hunger and then this food or scarcity or something, I think a lot of parents, let me say, especially in the north, in Nigeria, I'm speaking for Nigeria, they should really be held accountable. If you know you cannot cater for a child, just like it's actually done outside, if you know you cannot cater for a child, you don't bring him. If there's any, because we have a lot of, in Nigeria, we have almajiris that are actually roaming about, and these are the people that are actually used for this kind of cases. So if you have a child, or you know that you cannot cater for somebody, just know that you are going to be held accountable or arrested for those kind of, I think those things can actually be.
I found out something I found out something very recently that we don't have a so our child protection, our Ministry of Child Protection or Children is under the Ministry of Women Affairs. So there's no, and looking at it, I'm not even sure it's very functional, but I'm not going to say what I don't exactly know. But the point is that we don't even have like active like child protection cases. So you said something like looking at if you cannot afford to give birth, awareness also comes in, because some people are being told that they should born plenty children, go into the world and multiply. Born children like sardine and full everywhere. And some of them actually believe that sending their children to Almajiri is a blessing. So we also have to like sensitize these people. And then the case of like child protection offices. So if we know that you cannot take care of your child protection service should come and carry, CPS should come and carry the child from you and put them in facilities where they can be properly taken care of. So Fasia? Okay, so Fasia will go. Sorry, one house. I'm sorry, one house. We have 30 minutes, so we can move on from this. So Fasia will go, then you will go. You have something to say too. Then you will go. Okay?
She said that.
Then, okay. So please, how many people have something to say now? So we need to round up and give our action points. So she was there before you, sorry. So she will go, you go. Okay, so we've looked at situations, insecurity, education. So let's look at the main sectors that we need these people to actually work. Participation, insecurity, education, employment. Yes, that's what I want your recommendations to go on. So yes, and emergencies, the provision for girls in emergencies. So Fasia, go.
So I don't know if you guys know, in the southern region of Nigeria, we have the Biafra situation going on. So in the southern side now, Mondays are actually naturally public holidays now. Okay, so now I think some people are saying it's Mondays and Thursdays. And this actually affects the children's education. I don't know if, imagine having only 3 days in a week to learn about anything. Just 3 days. Sometimes maybe you might even fall ill and end up not going for the whole week. Okay, so I want to know what government is doing about that. And how long will they keep on going this first public holiday?
Do you have recommendations? So in
Okay.
asking questions,
Okay.
do you have recommendations for them?
I think it's still the same thing as this terrorism and insecurity issue. So that should come under the recommendation. Yeah.
All right, so I think I have action recommendation. First of all, regarding education, like you earlier said something, Ifunaya, you stated that our curriculum has been in a very one place, like we've had that curriculum for years, and you don't come into the outside world and see what you've been taught in school. And that's a poor background for us here in Nigeria. I don't know about other country. Okay, so I think that the review of curriculum should be in check. And also if the laws, like you stated, if I was taught just the way I know the 36 states, because I was taught in school, if the laws, the basic laws that protect me as a girl child was put in, like was actually in the school curriculum or somehow, I would have known that these laws are stuck on my head. Do you understand? So when something happens, it's just like in the United States. Now, when you go there, you know that their emergency number anytime, any day is 191. I am here in Nigeria and I know it, right? Because it's everywhere. So something like that should be in school. We should have 8 boxes, like 8 boxes, first-hand 8 boxes, whereby if you cannot, someone spoke about to be able to, confidentiality. You cannot talk to a teacher, maybe your teacher is rude in secondary schools, in primary schools. As much as you can write, as much as you can communicate that in paper, in all level, because there are some girls in the tertiary institution who are being molested, but they cannot talk to anyone. So if we could get an 8 boxes provided in some of this, it could go through states, it could go through from the government. If we could provide these things in schools, in organizations, in hospitals, when things like this happen, like when I experience I'm just going to have to use myself. If I experience a rape case and I go to the hospital for treatment and is looking as they want to cover it, I could pick up a pen and paper, write something and put in that box. Now monthly we could have a social worker or something come and check what is inside. Look at it. You could have a direct number. Do you understand?
Yes,
that should actually be in an action plan.
So what you were saying, having a social worker come in place, I think it's also necessary that in schools we should have guidance and counseling.
We do.
So we should have properly trained people.
Like they are not trained.
No, not all of them.
So for some secondary
The problem here is the fact that not all schools, all government schools have guidance and counseling. All government schools have guidance and counseling. Mostly federal government schools have guidance and counseling that are active. They come to class and they'll discuss on career, discuss on how you're feeling mentally and all of that. They do that. Now the problem is some private schools do not adopt, is not adopted in the private sector.
Exactly.
And then even in state government, it's not adopted. So we have poor funding for education. So that might be another factor that has crisscrossed into.
So in as much as we're demanding all these things, is that accountability and transparency is very necessary.
Okay, you know why I would.
For recommendation now under education, right? Sorry, not education. It says something about writing when you do not. Yes, in schools and all of that. So I think the government should have a body, NAPTIV takes care of domestic and sexual-based violence in Nigeria, and they are actually quite responsive, and we have other INGOs too that do that. But now what I'm trying to say is that we should have a body that is in charge of those boxes, not just a... Here, it could come under the Ministry of Education now, and so they are the ones in charge of going through, so we can address cases of bullying, we can address cases of lecturers not even coming to taking their jobs seriously, and all of that. So finish up.
Okay. Okay, so as regards that, why? Because from my school, right, I had a guardian and counselor that was abusive. Like, why are you guiding? You are a counselor. Your words are supposed to be cheerful. So when she said they are not trained, they are truly not trained. So if we're going to have a body come under the Ministry of Education, they should be trained people. People who would come and talk to you. Like when you have... Okay, one house. When we have cases like that reported, they would handle it properly. Not someone that will now come and talk you down. Or because if you even talk about school, maybe a school that is trying to protect their reputation, when their guardian and counselor sees something like that, they might just pull it off. Do you understand? So secondly, I'll talk about we being able to sign, get religious leaders and organizations. I know that's actually hard, but it's something we can do. It's something the government can push forth to. These recommendations, if they are able to sign it, because really, some of these people, okay, like a chief now in his community, he knows this thing is happening. He knows this thing is happening. It looks as though he's in support of it. Maybe you give him few tubers of yam, or you give him maybe the son who abused a young girl. The parents of that family, maybe they are rich, or the son is a very wealthy person. They will pay the chief to cover up. And according to the Child Rights Act, anybody who supports such thing is also among the crime and needs to be penalized. So if you are the chief, you have to sign. We should get them account. Like, that's where it boils down to accountability. Now, sign this. If this thing is found, if we find such a thing in your community, if we find such a thing in maybe your church, your whatever, and then we now see that you knew of it, you had the slightest idea of it, you should be held accountable. Then according to the Child Rights Act of Nigeria in 2023, it prohibits the marriage of a girl child and anyone who supports it. So if you are under 18, I am an imam, I am conducting a marriage that you, 8-year-old girl, I'm supporting it because I'm conducting it. So such act, these laws, sign it. If you conduct such an act, we find out, you would be penalized for it. Okay, thank you.
All right, so go. No, just go.
The other guy who mentioned employment, well, I want to focus on education and the issue of terrorism, the call to action. Okay, so about education, we know that Nigeria has been facing, like for months now, students have been at home.
Yes.
And it's just recently that, thank God, they are trying to reach a conclusion, and who knows when, because they said soon. So soon can be forever. But they are trying to reach a conclusion, and these students have been at home. They've been having different issues. They're already going into different vices. So investing in good educational systems should be emphasized. Because if yesterday the CEO of elect her, Abijoke, she said something. She said there are places where they protest, and in a day they'll call you, have a resolution, and reach a conclusion. But there has been a back and forth on these issues. No matter how hard it is, there should be a prompt action to issues that are taken to heart, like education and all of that. And then in issue of terrorism, you know, even back in Kaduna, when it started, you could see that even the Almajiris on the streets, they will kidnap them for just 5,000. It was that bad in Kaduna. So it's important that they also get, like she said, parents should be held accountable for their children. There's this old man that walked in my side, and then my dad asked him one time why I used to give him birth, and he was like, so long as he has the capacity, he will continue to. So we have to change that type of narrative and penalize any parent that is not accountable for the educational or well-being of their child, to make sure that children are not recruited into terrorist groups. And I don't know how strict it can be, but it should be so strict that any parent that is making that mistake will know that this is what's up when you do that. So I feel...
Bon, moi je vais sortir un peu dans Nigeria parce que c'est pratiquement les problèmes du Nigeria qu'on soulève depuis tout à l'heure. Maintenant, moi, je vais revenir sur ce qu'elle a dit. Je ne sais pas comment elle s'appelle encore. Sur le problème... Ah d'accord, il n'y a pas... D'accord. Sur les problèmes...
Son nom c'est Joy.
Joy, d'accord. Ok. Sur les programmes, c'est-à-dire l'éducation qu'elle a soulevée tout à l'heure, sur les programmes. Maintenant, on a, je ne crois pas que ce n'est pas seulement au Nigeria, même au Sénégal, on a des programmes kilométriques. Plus de 30 leçons pour une seule matière, alors que tu as, par exemple, plus de 7 matières donc, à apprendre. Imaginez, pour chaque matière, tu as plus de 30 leçons à apprendre. Alors qu'aux examens, on te pose que peut-être quelques questions, en tout cas, dans tout le programme. Donc, on peut changer ça pour avoir une éducation de qualité. Maintenant, ça ne peut pas régler l'insécurité qu'on est en train de traiter. L'insécurité qui existe dans les pays, mais également peut-être la participation politique. Maintenant, je vais revenir également sur les compétences. Pour la question de compétences, je suis tout à fait d'accord qu'on l'utilise. Donc, que ce soit pour les hommes, mais également pour les femmes. Parce qu'on ne peut pas aussi élire quelqu'un et qu'au final, parce que quand on l'élit, c'est pour qu'il exerce très bien, par exemple, la poste qu'elle occupe du moins, que ce soit le garçon ou la fille. Maintenant, cette compétence-là, on peut pas, je ne voudrais pas qu'on la limite tout simplement au niveau de la femme. Parce que pourquoi qu'il est important d'avoir des femmes dans le monde de la politique? Je vais revenir tout le temps sur la participation politique des filles parce que c'est le thème. Même des études ont analysé que la perception de la fille, donc dans la société, nous disent que quand une femme a une amélioration des revenus, elle ne va pas penser à elle. Elle les dépense dans l'éducation de sa famille, dans la nutrition, dans la question de santé extra. Donc, quand la femme est dans ces instances de prise de décision, dans la politique, elle ne pense pas aux gains politiques qu'elle peut avoir, mais plutôt elle pense à son frère qui n'a pas de travail. Elle met en place des programmes, par exemple des programmes de création d'emplois. Elle pense également à sa fille qui a des problèmes à accéder dans les écoles. Elle met en place des programmes d'éducation. Donc, elle pense global, elle pense à tout. Donc, elle pense à la société. Encore une fois, il faudra sensibiliser, que ce soit au niveau des gouvernements, mais également au niveau de la famille, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de problèmes qui concernent que les gouvernements peuvent régler, mais également des problèmes que la société elle-même, la famille, doit régler. Donc, vice-versa, en tout cas.
All right, thank you. So,
j'aimerais un peu parler sur l'éducation. Ça, je vais entrer dans mon pays. Chez nous au Cameroun, il y a vraiment, les programmes sont vastes, tellement vastes. On vous mélange autant de chapitres à la fin pour ne pas faire grande chose. Tu es peut-être spécialisé dans tel domaine. Après ton bac, tu te rends compte que tout ce que tu as eu à faire, plusieurs matières, unités que tu as eu à faire ne te servent à rien. Il faut qu'ils revoient le programme scolaire. Et par ailleurs, chez nous, le travail. C'est difficile pour un jeune de trouver le travail. Je prends l'exemple avec un médecin qui a fait 5 ans d'études. il a fait 5 ans d'études, s'il finit ses études, il faut encore qu'il se cherche. Il n'est pas intégré sur le champ. Que ce soit peut-être...
Okay, so she was talking about education in her first point, just like the point you raised at first, that we learn, let me say, rubbish. There is nothing that we use what we learn for when we come outside the world. So she also thinks that there should be a review. There should be a review of the educational curriculum. That's what she was saying. And now she's talking about Chupa Dikwa.
Médecin, docteur. Tu fais 7 ans d'études, tu finis, tu n'as même pas le travail.
Okay, so she's talking about work now. Okay. So you finish school, you don't have work.
Je prends aussi l'exemple avec la formation des infirmiers ou sages-femmes. Chaque année, tu payes 500 000 ou 600 000, voire 750 000. Tu fais 3 ans de formation, tu finis, tu dois chercher l'intégration. Il n'y a pas l'intégration. Tu dois te battre, tu dois chercher. Les parents vendent le terrain, vendent autant de choses qu'ils ont pour amener les enfants à l'école. À la fin de la formation, l'enfant n'a pas l'emploi. L'enfant va faire comment? Les jeunes vont faire comment? Les jeunes sont remplis avec des diplômes, mais sans travail. Tu pars peut-être chercher le travail à l'entreprise, peut-être on te demande l'expérience, peut-être 5 ans d'expérience. Moi, c'est que je
vais traduire ça. Okay. So she's talking about... Yeah, he said you should wear it.
Wait, I take you my part.
That's the worst. Like, just keeps giving that. He's saying that you should put on the earpiece and use the mic. If not, he will not have anything to say. If you're not listening, at least somebody can understand it. No, I'm just talking generally because we're saying.
J'étais de disant que les jeunes ont autant de diplômes, des formations. On a beaucoup des ingénieurs, beaucoup de médecins, beaucoup des étudiants, des jeunes qui ont des niveaux élevés et qui sont intelligents, mais malheureusement qui ne travaillent pas. Parce que la plupart de chez nous, là-bas au Cameroun, pour trouver ceux qui travaillent, dans la fonction publique directe, je prends l'exemple peut-être le concours de ENAM pour être avocat, greffier, des concours directs en fait, sont les enfants des boss. Les enfants dont peut-être ce sont les enfants de ministres, des enfants des personnes qui occupent des grands postes. C'est difficile pour un enfant qui agit uniquement avec sa tête, qui est intelligent. Bref, il n'y a pas la méritocratie pour passer à un concours direct. Maintenant, on fait des formations, des concours. Après, on cherche encore à intégrer dans la fonction publique. C'est difficile. On se trouve que des étudiants qui sont docteurs, qui ont les doctorats, qui sont des clandestins, qui sont des taximans, qui sont des callboxers, tu vois. Alors qu'ils ont vraiment étudié, tu vas trouver les docteurs ou bien ceux qui ont le master en physique, des choses intéressantes à faire, qui peuvent ramener, booster le pays de l'avant. Mais malheureusement, on retrouve toutes ces personnes à la maison, dans le quartier, qui ne font rien. Maintenant, donc, ce que moi, je peux suggérer comme solution, c'est que il faut que l'État puisse changer son système. Pourquoi pas de quitter de l'intégration indirecte à l'intégration directe? Je prends l'exemple. Nous savons bien que la santé, c'est la base. On a la santé, on a l'éducation. Chez nous, les instituteurs, quand tu finis pour être encore enseignant, il faut encore composer concours. Nous savons que c'est de la base qu'on éduque les enfants. Malheureusement, tu fais ta formation, tu cherches encore l'intégration. 10 ans, 15 ans, tu cherches l'intégration, tu n'es pas intégré. Et quand tu enseignes, on te donne rien à la fin du mois, juste peut-être 5 000, 10 000 pour acheter, pour le savon, même pour prendre la moto. Ça ne te sert à rien alors que tu as la famille à nourrir, alors que la famille a dépensé pour toi, pour tes études. La famille a vendu les maisons pour tes études. Il n'y a pas le travail. Ce que donc, moi, je peux suggérer à l'État, il faut que l'État revoie son système. Et la santé, c'est quelque chose qui est important. Les médecins font 7 ans. D'autres parts, même si spécialisés, ne travaillent pas. Les infirmiers, les sages-femmes fréquentent, leur pension coûte cher. À la fin, ils n'ont rien. Alors que nous savons que là-bas, c'est la santé. On dit que la santé avant tout. Mais dans le... Oui, je suggère... Pas seulement des médecins, en fait. Je suggère l'intégration de tous les concours qui sont... oui, des concours qui sont... non intégré, ça devient intégré parce que les parents souffrent, les enfants souffrent, les jeunes sont dans les quartiers. Et il faut aussi donner la place à ceux qui ont fini leurs études, peut-être les docteurs qui sont dans les quartiers. Ils méritent quand même travail. Imagine-toi, tu fais 20 ans, 25 ans d'études pour finir, tu viens, tu restes à la maison, tu es callboxer, ça ne donne pas. Il faut que l'État puisse voir cela. Et aussi, il faut que l'État voit le système de l'éducation, le programme dans l'école. Et il faut aussi innover, amener les jeunes qui veulent entreprendre. Soutenir les jeunes en donnant peut-être des subventions. Tu as l'idée pour entreprendre, tu veux être entrepreneur, mais malheureusement, tu n'as pas de fonds, tu n'as pas de capital. Il faut aussi, l'État doit revoir, venir subventionner les jeunes qui veulent innover, réaliser des choses qui peuvent amener, qui peuvent booster. Et pour permettre aussi, peut-être, on ne peut pas intégrer tout le monde, mais si l'État subventionne, donne un coup de main aux jeunes qui cherchent à installer, à investir dans leur pays pour avoir quelque chose, l'État doit les aider. Et je veux un peu revenir sur le terrorisme. On a parlé, mais on n'a pas parlé de mon pays. Chez moi, il y a certains partis. Je prends l'exemple des crises anglophones et de l'autre côté, à l'extrême nord, Boko Haram. Avec ces crises, on n'a pas trop d'informations, c'est vrai. Sur ça, on peut peut-être dire, les politiques là-bas, on ne sait pas. Mais ce que moi, je peux peut-être suggérer, c'est les ONG qui entrent en action pour aider ces personnes dans le besoin, pour aider les personnes qui sont en crise. Je pense plutôt que ces ONG doivent se réunir ensemble pour mettre en place peut-être une terre d'accueil. Pour mettre en place peut-être les écoles entières pour prendre en charge toutes ces personnes, tous ces réfugiés qui quittent leur...
Le repas, c'est où? Lunch à 14h.
Okay, you need to type as well.
Type.
Yeah, type. Yeah, or we can ask.
I have my laptop.
Okay. You have a laptop? Okay.
Should type it. Okay.
Yes, you need to send everything by 3 to Mr. Ariman. Yes, Mr. Ariman. Ok. Vous devez mettre ça dans, s'il vous plaît.
So, challenges.
Hello, are you with me? Yes, thank you. Yes. So you need to type that. You devez taper ça dans un document and send that to Mr. Ariman by 3 because you will be presenting. Okay, and you're number 4 on presentation, number 4. There is, we started with the 2 upstairs, the 1 downstairs, and then number 4. Okay? Exactly. Okay?
So we'll be typing in French as well. So,
You can.
alors nous deux.
She can type in French.
The last
project it. So is it going to it can be translated.
No, that's what I'm saying.
That's what
that-
she's trying
okay,
to
then
say.
we will just translate it and then
Exactly.
put it under.
What we are saying is, when you type in English, there's a translator that can
So that others can also follow. Alors, il a dit que nous devons écrire ça sur l'ordinateur pour qu'on va projeter
Lors de la présentation, il fait la projection. Maintenant,
I was just thinking that maybe they should also follow, but if it's not possible, that's fine. That's fine.
It's not clear to us.
You can you can actually do double screen on your system and do both French and this.
Quoi? Oh, she's asking whether we've already chosen who is going to present. Yeah.
One French.
Oh.
Okay. Hello.
Together. Okay. So she said the language doesn't matter whether we type in English or French. We just have to translate and then later on share sometimes. So if it's in English, they'll just translate.
Okay.
Oui, francophone et anglophone.
Sorry, what do you want?
I was trying to say that it's very more engaging the government,
Try the exit on the It's like we've stopped using the mic.
Okay, see.
We should stop.
Yes. Okay, sorry everybody. We have 10 minutes, okay? If you want to speak now, just talk about what you want the government to do, which was the original idea, what you want the government to do, what you want the INGOs to do, what you want ECOWAS to do, what you want yourselves, youths, to do. Thank you.
Okay, moving forward, I think we can help all the situations, all the issues we've identified so far. We should build media relations. The media is very critical. And then they help us to set agenda. So if we build media relations, the things we cannot say to the government, they could actually project it for us on the media. So let us, as activists, yes. So let us try to build media relations, engage with the media. Let's engage with the media. Then also, I want to suggest, this is an avenue for us. We are meeting, if I'm not mistaken, we are over 70, or we're about 17 African countries represented here, right? So is it possible that we can have a cluster from all of us here now? We can have a cluster or build a coalition that when one person is having a particular issue they are addressing in their country, because we are together, we are building that bond. Everybody should be able to join, yes, respond in other countries. This way it goes out, and then the social media, yes, as much as we say that the people we are meeting, we most of them are in the rural areas, but it doesn't change the fact that the social media is a place where campaigns are running. So by the time every other person from other countries joining your advocacy, it goes a long way to strengthen it. And then even if we don't get immediate response, but it goes a long way. It's able to help us set a record that, okay, a lot of persons are talking about it. I think it will go a long way. Thank you very much.
I think for regarding our INGOs, right? I think we needed to have like an agreement with them in terms of not just creating the table for us, but also building our capacity. You understand, for youth involvement. So it's one thing for us to say, okay, we want to push this advocacy, and then it's another thing when you are not skilled enough, or you don't even have sufficient resources. So the INGOs should provide resources for young people in order to carry out effective advocacy. The resources could be technical, it could be what else? Materials, it could be funds, it could be human, everything that we are doing. You understand? Yes, everything. So they should at least provide that for us. Then we have yes, and okay. And then for us now as young, as activists as well, we needed to carry out. We already said it now. We're going to be carrying out sensitization. We're going to be carrying out awareness. I just want to restate it again that as activists now, our duty is to carry out sensitization at the grassroots level. You understand the grassroots level, and it cuts across all sectors. That's education, in technology, in every aspect, in every field, because I know that we are all, most of us are done with school, or we are still in school, and then there are areas of we have areas of expertise that we are actually good at, that we've identified gaps in those areas, right? And so we should be able to create awareness, carry out sensitization, try to bridge those gaps that we've identified.
So thank you everybody for our very brilliant suggestions, and yeah. So we have one thing left on this agenda: the key quotes that would support this. What quotes do you have for us? They could be original quotes. They could be quotes from Buhari. I don't know. They translated that too. No, yeah, to support our cause, to support the script, support girls in power and emergency situations. Yes. So any quotes at all? Thank you. As you. Can we, slogan, no quote, oh, quotation. Write it. Write it, please. Jonathan, please, your attention is needed.
Knowing laws in place would further improve political participation.
Sorry?
Knowing laws in place would further improve political participation. You remember we said that most of us, most people are ignorant of even the laws and how to go about demanding for justice, right? So we said that we're going to work with the legislation and the legal institutions so as to ensure that people are aware of the laws of the land, right? Yes.
Mais également
political participation.
Avant.
You can add to it if you have something to say. So I want to say something so you can add to it if you have something. So we talked about a lot of issues, but we did not mention climate change and food security. So if you have any recommendations, so just add it to what you want to say now. Thank you.
Bon, elle a parlé des lois. Ouais, c'est pas facile. Bon, elle a parlé des lois, donc qu'on augmente en tout cas les lois, non? C'est bon? Oui, qu'on augmente les lois, mais je veux dire, même si on augmente les lois et qu'on ne les respecte pas, ça c'est zéro. Donc nous, notre combat, on doit se focaliser. C'est vrai qu'on peut augmenter les lois, mais on doit se focaliser surtout sur les lois qui ont été déjà mises sur place, mais qui n'ont pas été, qui ne sont pas été respectées, qui ne sont pas respectées. Donc le combat, c'est de faire de telle sorte que ces lois-là soient respectées. Parce qu'on ne peut pas dire, par exemple, que on va ajouter, ou bien les jeunes ont 30% donc, dans les instances de prise de décision, alors qu'on ne voit pas ces jeunes-là là-bas. Donc le combat serait de de faire de telle sorte que ces lois soient respectées.
Si tu as un slogan ou bien une citation, fallait les je l'explique en fait. Oui. Ok. La Ifeouna. Hein? Ifeouna veut dire que si on a des slogans ou bien une citation qu'on peut adresser au gouvernement de notre pays ou bien à toutes les filles du monde entier sur la situation d'urgence et tout ce dont on vient de parler là-dessus. Tu as ça? Non, moi je n'ai pas. J'ai dit qu'elle a aussi parlé de crise alimentaire, ça entre toujours dans notre thème.
Sorry, please. Who has slogan then climate action as well?
Okay, so we're talking about slogan, and basically we've spoken, and Angelique Kidjo said something yesterday about talk being cheap but action expensive. So I was thinking we'd do something like talk is cheap, it's time for action. That's my own suggestion, Sha.
On n'entend pas.
She said talk is cheap, but action is expensive. Oh, sorry, talk is cheap, but it's time for action. So we should have action on all levels that we have highlighted. Nobody has anything to say on climate action. Climate justice.
Okay, so I was just going to add to that. When the essence of something is not known, abuse is inevitable. So
je dis, avant qu'on ne parle de slogan, pardon. Avant qu'on parle de slogan, je crois qu'il y a aussi une partie de crise climatique quelque part et de la famine. C'est vrai qu'on n'a pas eu à parler de ça. Parlant de crise climatique, je peux parler de mon pays toujours. C'est que les actions qu'on peut mener, bien sûr. Les crises climatiques, souvent, ça amène des personnes dans d'autres villages à se déplacer. Il y a des inondations. Dans mon village, on a des inondations. Il y a des inondations. Et là, les parents ne peuvent rien faire. La communauté est incapable de résoudre ce problème. Maintenant, ce que moi je suggère, c'est que l'État doit venir en appui, les aider. Trouver, je ne sais pas comment faire la construction dans ces zones qui sont à risque. Dans ces zones qui sont à risque, comment donc les venir en aide. Parce que lorsqu'on voit ce problème climatique, la maison est détruite. Et cela aussi fait en sorte que les jeunes filles ne partent pas à l'école. On préfère plus encore envoyer les jeunes filles à mariage pour permettre d'amener quelque chose à la maison pour subvenir aux besoins des tout petits qui sont à la maison. Donc il faut que l'État puisse essayer de regarder dans ce parti comment aider les populations qui se déplacent à cause du changement climatique, qui quittent de là à là-bas, les pluies et souvent la sécheresse souvent qui arrive, tout ceci. Il faut qu'ils essaient de voir ces zones, comment les venir en aide en les appuyant, je ne sais pas, peut-être en faisant des subventions, en faisant des donations, tout ceci. Ce que je m'aimerais. Et par rapport au slogan, moi je préfère peut-être moi, la fille doit agir et maintenant.
The girl should act and it is now.
Moi, j'ai un slogan ici que je vais juste... J'espère que ça ne va pas vous étonner. Alors, ma station ici, ou bien mon slogan, c'est la participation politique effective des filles, oui, mais une éducation de qualité d'abord.
But quality education first. Yes, yes. Wow, that's beautiful.
It's like she understands everything.
Can I say? I wanted to even say this. Lead process that speaks for change. Lead process that speaks for change. We're telling the government, we're telling the youth, we're telling the INGOs to lead processes that speaks for change.
Okay.
You know that's how Buhari promised us change. Okay, can you do something like
Another one of suggestion. When laws are displaced, a nation is displaced.
When girls are
TikTok,
displaced, a
information is
Laws.
Information is power. If I'm okay.
Climate action is now plant trees.
Because if there is sorry, for instance, if there is
Put mic.
local
Use Nike.
if there was a budget, this thing that is happening in a federal road will not be happening without them doing anything for weeks. Okay, not even for weeks. If it has been going on and on, and there's no plans for reservoir or anything.
Okay, so I think that the government, as much as people are creating bodies,
Cameroon has their own reservoir. Nigeria doesn't have. Now, during dry season, you'll find out that we're now complaining that we don't have water to power the electricity. Do you understand?
maybe even when rain is falling, there's no light. So what's the difference? So, they say it's 1 month to dry wire. Sorry. So I was going to say, apart from creating a budget for climate action, I think there should also be a body for like emergency responses, like to climate action. Like for instance, this Lokoja stuff, there should be like a body for that, and they should be held accountable. So if water is carrying my house, I will hold you. And yeah, we should have emergency contact numbers that work. Who has ever tried that Nigerian emergency number? Sometimes I've tried it one time, like it kept ringing and ringing and ringing. It didn't go through. Like I used to call and sometimes they don't pick. So according to emergency numbers, we should have that everywhere. We should let everybody know, even people in the communities. Then all this police. Yes. Then please stop employing uneducated policemen to guide our police stations. Education, please. Stop employing illiterates. Quotes. Shikina. Bam, you get it. Ah! Give a round of applause, people. Thank you. Round of applause, please.
I said there should be massive capacity building across all sectors in order to be able to respond to emergency situation. Adequate. There's massive in the sense that across all sectors, that in the police body, they are being trained to respond to situations. Even our healthcare workers, everywhere, across all sectors, everybody is being trained. They are being equipped.
Est-ce qu'on peut ajouter quelque chose aussi pour dire que le respect des lois en faveur des filles, donc une assurance pour la réussite des filles, donc pour le développement d'un pays. Je ne sais pas si on peut reformuler ou... Vous avez écouté, ou bien je répète. Le respect des lois en faveur des filles, une assurance pour la réussite des filles, donc le développement d'un pays. C'est-à-dire, quand on respecte les lois en faveur des filles, on assure la réussite de ces filles-là, donc du pays, mais également le développement. Parce que le fait que ces filles réussissent, c'est égal au développement d'un pays. Je ne sais pas.
So, so we respect the laws concerning girls. That's the way we can have development.
As we are respecting
It's a quote or slogan or articulation. All right, so thank you everybody, and now clap for yourselves. A resounding hand of applause. Thank you.
Une question.
So,
Maintenant,
Chineke, what?
Maintenant, après, on va saisir ça ou pas? Je demande.
Okay, yeah.
si
So I'm going to type it, and then I want us to pick a moderator
Est-ce qu'on a choisi les rapportrices
to
aussi?
present it now. It said democracy, power of the people. Please, people should pick somebody that's going to moderate this. It's not a quote, though. I want to use it to support. I just need one person.
Demande si nous avons. Est-ce que nous avons?
Oh, sorry. Please, who's going to? We need somebody that speaks English, yo.
En français?
Adoka. All in favor of Adoka presenting for us. Woo! So Adoka, raise your hand. Let them see you. Presenter. Yes, she's presenting. Who is? I don't know. Let's have two. Okay. So who is going to represent us for the French people?
D'accord. Maintenant, ce que je demande, on va saisir en français comme en anglais, non?
Okay.
C'est-à-dire le format sera en
Okay,
anglais comme en
get you.
français.
Okay. Okay. So when I'm done typing it, there we can use the document. We translate the document.
Qui va écrire ça? On va écrire ça tout de suite. Ok.
Okay. So when we finish typing, we can now do the translation, and then somebody made a suggestion whereby instead of her just interpreting, because since we have interpreters already, one house. So.
Ok. Ok. Maintenant, tu vas saisir. Après, on va prendre le repas et revenir pour voir si c'est prêt. Charlie, elle va saisir ça.
I can hear what you're saying. So
She's saying that, are you going to type for us to go and eat, or you are coming to eat and then you come back and come and type?
it will be simultaneously, but
On va faire ça. Carrément.
Let's have two of them on ground. You confirm if it's one speaker. If it's just
No,
No.
I have two. I think we can have the two. So what we'll do
It's
is
fine.
that we'll share amongst ourselves.
So
Maybe
wait,
start
sorry.
with,
Sorry, let me
challenge
use
or
the mic
something,
so
and
that
then
everybody
she will
will
do
hear
the
it.
French part of the rest.
Exactly. Do we agree on that? Okay, so you can start with the challenges,
And then she'll come
and
up
then
with
you
the
can
recommendation.
come up with it.
No, but we have to mention the challenges before.
You have to mention what.
Yes.
Yeah. And besides, there's a translator, so everybody can hear it.
Between the two of them now, they will select who is most comfortable with talking about challenges and recommendations. That one is not our concern. We just know that the two of them are.
Alors, vous deux qui va présenter les défis et qui va présenter les recommandations. Après
Ce sont les recommandations et quoi?
Les challenges, les défis.
Okay, thank you everybody. We shall see you during the presentation.
On se
Adoka.
Well done, Trana.
Okay.
Please, you want to say something?
Alors, merci.
Or you
Tu
don't
veux
want
dire
to
quelque
say
chose?
Just,
Est-ce que tu veux
je
dire
m'appelle
quelque chose?
Adoka.
Me, Fatou Diallo.
Fatou Diallo.
Fatou. I thought she would say something. I remember je m'appelle Adoka.
Fatou Diallo. Fatou Diallo.
The name is good.
The name is good.
Yes.
What does it mean?
My name is good.
What does it mean? No, what does it mean? Comment on dit ça en français? Oh, see, I forgot. I understand. This has been very challenging, and with your technical words and everything. Remembering all the French from my stomach. It's been challenging, but also nice. I mean, I get to practice because it's not easy to come to get into online when we met. Yeah. And you know, there are certain words that we never hear in class. So this is an opportunity for me to also learn from them. And challenging, but great.
I admire you, but I don't think I really envy you. It's just something I would like to learn. Round.
Yeah.
We see your access.
Yeah, another one. Let me keep this one. So you
I'll
get
get yours.
your.
Oh, she has asked for you too.
No.
Okay. No, I'm just telling you.
So after the event, they are following to your room. I get your earrings, the necklace, and
They are so
okay.
lovely.
As for this earring, I got this in Togo last year.
So I won't be able to get it.
Okay, but I can get every other one. Yes, this from Ghana. Another one from Ghana, but this has my name. My
It doesn't
birthday
matter.
gift.
Okay. Since it's a gift, I'll leave that to you. But this I'm getting it. Thank you.
Hey, she's also saying.
Oh, sorry, you came too late.
We are going to divide it into two, and then you take half, she also takes half. Je vais étudier. Comment on dit ça?
C'est.
the session. You guys know how to liven up the environment, and I appreciate that. Please applaud yourselves one more time. All right, so we had the teams do their presentation, the resolutions they came out with from the breakout sessions, what they deliberated on, and all of it. So we're going to move things along where we'll get to hear validations of the summit resolutions and communicate also. We had the minister join us briefly, but I think we're having a little glitch, and hopefully if the minister can join during, somehow before we wrap up, we'll get, it will be an honor to hear from a minister from Sierra Leone. But we're delighted because we have the regional director of Plan International still seated in the hall with us. So let's welcome Mr. Rotimi Josiah to come speak to us on this. Please applaud and appreciate him.
Another song to start this. Which one do you want to offer? Please. Just offer one, and we will see what we are able to do in the room here. It's coming slowly. It's here already. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Frequency, till infinity, steady on a different beat. Life is not that.
On the key words from this summit. If you move out of this summit and people ask you what are the key words, how will you respond? Let's hear from some of the tables, your key words. Let's start from here. Just one key word. Yeah, please. Oui. Pouvoir féminin.
Je recommence, je dis selon moi, un mot-clé venant de moi ou venant de ma compréhension, je dirais pouvoir féminin.
Pouvoir féminin.
Sanou Marguerite du Burkina Faso, pour moi le pouvoir clé c'est la solution.
La solution. One keyword.
Moi c'est Alimata Diallo du Mali et le mot clé pour moi c'est la participation.
La participation. Let's hear from other table. Yeah.
Pouvoir aujourd'hui. Pouvoir aujourd'hui.
Pouvoir aujourd'hui, maintenant.
Oui.
Okay, I think I'll say girls' power.
Girls' power.
Thank you. I think mine is just do it.
Just do it. Just do it.
Words is cheap. Action speaks louder.
Words, speech is cheap. Action speak louder. Thank you so much.
Pour moi, le mot-clé aujourd'hui, c'est partenariat.
Partenariat, collaboration.
Gender has nothing to do with boldness.
Gender has nothing to do with boldness.
Pour moi, le mot-clé aujourd'hui, c'est l'engagement.
C'est l'engagement, commitment.
Confidence for me. I have more confidence.
Yeah. La confiance. Yeah.
Girls can lead.
Girls can lead. Girls can.
Youth participation and engagement. Youth participation and engagement.
Youth participation and engagement.
Engagement is key.
Is key.
Yes.
So let's have two here and then we
Rosalind, live of the party.
La gente féminine en politique.
La gente féminine en politique.
Pour moi, le mot clé c'est la prise de conscience.
Prise de conscience, awareness.
La force du réseautage.
La force du réseautage, la force du mouvement. Ouais.
Pour moi, le mot-clé, pour moi, c'est l'implication féminine sur tous les plans.
L'implication féminine. Thanks so much. Bravo, 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 bravo. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir? I would like to recognize all the partners, all the participants, all the girls, all our colleagues in the room and across the world. This is truly a privilege to be part of these 2 days together. Amazing experience, insightful experience. And the key words you just shared are so important and meaningful, and they can be used to describe what we have been able to experience here these 2 days. That simply means that you are able to do it. You have the power to shape your world. You have the power to shape your environment. You have the power to change the world. Someone talk about solutions. You have all the solutions. You just shared from the 4 groups key recommendations, key areas which should be prioritized by all the key stakeholders. And you just use a couple of hours to come up with that list, strong list of actions, of solutions we all need to work on together. And someone talk about collaboration, about partnership. And when you look at the long list of the recommendations and actions, you realize simply that we cannot do it alone. We need to be together to do it. And what I just want to reassure you here, you heard that from the Plan International CEO, you heard that from the Plan International board chair. We are fully committed to accompany you, to support you, to power your movement. But we want you to take the lead. We want the lead to be taken by girls and young women. And that's so important. You call on Plan International, other civil society organizations, governments, to do several things here. And I can reassure you that Plan is ready to support. Plan is ready to facilitate the process. Plan is ready to create the enabling environment you need. We are ready to continue to invest in leadership, to invest in agency of girls and young women. We are ready to support your movement. And I was happy to hear that we want to see a movement from the participants of the Global Girls Summit, from Togo into Nigeria and the other country we will be moving to. So we need a movement. What you just shared with us, we need a movement to be able to see progress, to be able to push for progress. And as you saw in the report issued by Plan International around the 10th anniversary of the International Day of the Girls, although we can see progress in many areas, the progress are still low, very low. And especially in countries where we are dealing with conflict, humanitarian actions, the progress is very low there. We need particular attention to tackle the issues which are affecting girls and young women. And one of them is the hunger crisis. When we talk about hunger crisis, sometimes we are not seeing those who are the most affected. They are children, they are girls, they are young people, they are young women who are the most affected by that. My call is for all of us to put our forces, our hands together. I'm so happy I have some of our colleagues from other organizations joining forces and other organizations online. We will need to work together with young people, with key stakeholders to make sure that we invest more to really respond, to tackle the hunger crisis which is affecting many children, girls, and young women across the world. I would like to tell you that we will more than ever continue to provide the support you need, but we cannot do it alone. Some of the recommendations I saw on your list will need to be unpacked to really understand where to start. We need to work together to prioritize. Where are we going to start this in order to show results? That is so important for all of us. And I hope when we are living here, as we did in Togo, we will set up a group of young people who will be driving this, working with you all, but making sure that we hold ourselves, and each of us, we hold ourselves accountable to deliver on what we have been saying, we have been committing to do throughout the 2 days. Again, I'm so happy to see this global summit fully designed by you all. You have been at the heart of this, and the success of this should be attributed to you all. Each of you, you should be proud of what you have been able to deliver. I'm so impressed. It's beyond expectations. But what will be critical for us. Someone talk about speeches. When we are speaking, that's free, right? But what is expensive is action, results. So what we want from all of us is to work toward results. And I can assure you that Plan International is ready to provide the support. Plan International cannot do it alone. We need to make sure that we work together. We need to make sure that we invest together so that next year, when we are together around this same time for the Global Girls Summit, we will say that we are able to demonstrate results. I would like to use this opportunity to thank our colleagues from Nigeria and young people from Nigeria who are hosting this event. Are they in the room? Where are they? We are so proud of you all. So proud of the power of Nigeria. So proud of what you are able to deliver. That's just amazing. And Angelique Kidjo, we were so lucky to have her with us this week. And she mentioned something critical. Girls, they don't lack potential. They lack opportunities. You have the power, you have the potential, you have what it takes to drive the change, to be active drivers of change in your context. What we all need to do is to ensure that we provide the opportunities you need. We provide the enabling environment you need to get there. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the girls from Nigeria, from across the world, who worked hard to prepare for this. This is just amazing. Amazing experience. I don't want this to be just an event, as I said at the beginning. I want it to be a true movement, a powerful movement, which will continue online to really make sure that when we come back again, we are able to show that some key areas we mentioned here today, we are able to show results in those key areas. I would like to thank all the partners. I don't know who is currently with us, but I know we have some government officials who are listening to us. What I will suggest, what I'm sharing with you is on behalf of all the countries we are working in. And I will be working with the country directors to see how we can provide close support across countries you are coming from, so that we are not only talking at regional and global level, but we can start from country level. And if the ministers or their representatives are online, I would like to call on them to really provide the support you need across the countries, because some of the key actions and recommendations I saw on your list, only the government and those who hold powers will be able to help us tackle them. And you are the one to really see how to organize yourselves so that we can get there. Again, thanks so much for this powerful experience together. I wish you all the best as we are moving to the close of this. But this is just a starting point. We will continue online to negotiate the actions you have, especially for Plan International, and make sure that we are clear on what needs to be delivered, and make sure that you can also hold us accountable for that. Thank you so much, and all the very best. I'm looking forward to the dancing and the other steps. Okay, thank you so much. Bye-bye. When I was talking about the Nigerian team, I need to say a special thank you to our moderator.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We have been blessed to have her since the beginning of the week, since the launch of our global strategy, and for the 2 days together. Amazing experience with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please, let's appreciate him one more time. Regional Director of Plan International, Waka. And yes, we would know that we have Minister joining us. I will just wait for confirmation for that before I mention any name. But I know for sure that Carla Denizar, Regional Director, World Vision, is a part of this program. Right? Yes, I see Carla already. You are welcome. Welcome, Carla, to Nigeria.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you crystal clear. You're welcome.
Yes, greetings from Dakar. I really wish I was there with you in Abuja. I was sitting here dancing along with you and the music, and I could feel the girl power, you know? So wonderful. Congratulations to all of you for putting together this really important summit. It's so exciting, and I'm going to plan to join you live next year in Abuja or wherever you have the meeting. Maybe we should have it in Dakar next year. What to me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. So I can continue with
Yes.
my remarks.
Go ahead.
Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, I mean, World Vision, we're really delighted for this opportunity to share with you, you know, a few pressing thoughts on behalf of the Joining Forces Alliance, which we are part of, with the 6 organizations, child-focused organizations, regarding girls' political participation. I know that we're at the end of the summit, so I don't want to talk too long, but I mean, I think, you know, and I just want to reiterate, just as Rotimi said, is that we have to bridge the gender divide in favor of girls. And what I really want to talk about and re-emphasize is how we all have to work together and how we as joining forces are working together to end these harmful practices that prevent girls from reaching those opportunities and reaching their full potential in West and Central Africa. And we know what those harmful practices are. I don't want to go back and talk in detail, but we know the violence against children, the gender-based violence, harmful practices, female infanticide. There's a lot of different things that have been exacerbated even more because of COVID, and then also with the economic situation we're facing right now. And ending child marriage is so important to us. We feel that it has devastating and long-term health, education, psychological, emotional, and mental impact on our girls. And it hampers girls from reaching out and achieving those opportunities. So us at World Vision and the Joining Force Alliance, we're really calling on the government and donors that are on this call to really demonstrate stronger leadership to end child marriage and ensuring that national laws and policies with international law set 18 years as the legal age for marriage and ensure these policies and these laws are implemented so our girls can reach those opportunities. I think another thing that is at our heart is ending female genital mutilation. As you know, FGM cannot be tolerated in the days that we're living in. It's really a fundamental violation to security and protection for girls. And really, it's a form of violence that is undermining the child's right to education, health, wholeness of body. And we believe that, you know, girls' health, physical health, as well as mental, spiritual health is absolutely essential. And so we are encouraging member states to design and scale up social behavioral change initiatives, to partner with faith and community leaders to change those harmful attitudes and behaviors and practices that are contributing to child marriage and FGM. And we feel that governments need to be more accountable through more budget allocation and expenditure. And I think if we can increase more investment in interventions to end child marriage, FGM, and address, teenage pregnancy, especially working closely at the community level, working closely with girls, working closely and providing access to what girls need, those opportunities such as scholarships, having more access to sexual and reproductive health, vocational training, microcredit to go into businesses, so that girls can be economically empowered, is really essential. And we at the Joining Forces Alliance are calling for more investment also in social protection. As I mentioned, the economic empowerment interventions, more access to microcredit, microfinance, entrepreneurship development. And I think if we combine that with gender and child protection training at all levels, at educational institutions, at places of worship, in the community, that we can, address these things with a more impactful way. In terms of addressing teenage pregnancy, we at the Joining Forces, we also believe that for communities and nations to have healthy, productive societies, the girls need to live in development in an environment that's free from discrimination and have access to all those opportunities, which will, make them focus on developing themselves, developing economic opportunities for themselves, for the future. And so we want to continually work together with Plan International, other Joining Force members, which are Terre des Hommes, Save the Children, Child Fund, as well as SOS. We want to international to really implement projects to work with girls who might otherwise be denied access to education and economic opportunities due to these practices. So I'm standing here today to reaffirm to you girls that we are behind you, we are supporting you, we are looking forward to achieving even greater things than we've already achieving, and we, as part of World Vision and Joining Forces, we're working and committed to collaborating and engaging with ECOWAS, the African Union, member states, UN agencies, donors to get more resources to help you, and let us together continue to advocate for a violent-free society for girls and equal opportunity for participating in political decisions that affect your daily lives. I believe that together we can and achieve more for girls in West and Central Africa. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share, and I look forward to one day meeting you all face to face. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carla. We truly appreciate you. And thanks for showing commitment also to the girls. Please, let's appreciate her one more time.
Amen.
Thank you very much. Carla Dinazar is the Regional Director, World Vision. And just before we call on Faith, who will be giving us a quick remark, let's hear from a guest who is here with us, Ella Wama from Batonga Foundation.
Merci beaucoup. Mon ami du Togo m'a demandé de parler français, donc je vais parler en français. Puisqu'il y a la traduction pour les autres. Donc, je voulais juste remercier Plan International, le directeur régional, le directeur pays du Bénin pour m'avoir donné l'opportunité de vivre ces moments intenses avec les jeunes filles ici, venues de différents continents. Et ça me conforte davantage dans ce travail que nous faisons. Ça fait 25 ans que je travaille pour les droits des filles et des femmes, surtout les filles les plus inaccessibles. Et lorsque je vois votre engagement, votre détermination, je suis rassurée que les générations prochaines vont être meilleures que celles que nous avons connues. Et pour cela, je voudrais vous inviter réellement à profiter de votre génération, qui est la génération du numérique, pour établir des partenariats entre vous. Au niveau de la Fondation Batonga, nous pilotons avec le Global Fund for Women une initiative, Nos Voix comptent, pour 22 pays francophones d'Afrique, et nous travaillons avec 1234 organisations de jeunes comme vous. Je vous invite donc dans vos pays à entrer en contact avec ces organisations pour qu'ensemble on fasse le mouvement pour que la voix des filles et des femmes d'Afrique porte réellement dans les décisions post-forum Génération Égalité. Je voudrais aussi attirer l'attention des francophones. On n'a pas ce problème avec les anglophones sur l'invisibilisation des femmes à travers le langage. Si nous n'existons pas dans le langage, nous n'existerons pas dans les faits. Pour cela, nous insistons souvent et j'ai été heureuse. C'est quel pays? Voilà, ma copine de la Guinée, après nos échanges d'hier, j'ai vu qu'elle a intégré cela dans ses réflexes d'insister toujours sur la présence des femmes parce que le masculin n'est pas inclusif. C'est ce qu'on nous avait enseigné il y a peut-être 35 ans, mais ce n'est plus vrai aujourd'hui. Le masculin n'est pas inclusif, le masculin est juste invisibilisant. Et nous sommes rassurés que les jeunes hommes, les jeunes garçons ont compris qu'ils sont des alliés pour renforcer le leadership des femmes et non des opposants à l'autonomisation des filles et des femmes. Vous avez le pouvoir. Prenez le pouvoir et agissez. Nous sommes avec vous. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Ella. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate her one more time from Batonga Foundation. And we call on a girl activist, Faith, to come give us a quick remark on behalf of the ladies, the girls here. Please, let's appreciate her.
Good evening, all. Let me begin by expressing my thanks on behalf of all the girls activists present for this summit, to Plan International and all their staffs and organizers for their hard work in making this summit a reality. We are deeply grateful for this rare opportunity and privilege. We pray that God will bless you and enrich you all. My deepest thanks goes to every girl activist present here today for joining forces in this year's Girls Global Summit to build a different world. You came here to share your ideas, your energy, and experiences around the work you've all been doing. And you're living here with a strong global call for action for girls, all girls around the globe, to get equal power. That action is loud and clear. And today, I say to every girl around the world, you cannot ignore that call to get equal power now. You must answer. You must answer. We have waited long enough. Now is the time to take a stand, to close gaps, to remove obstacles, to invest in women and girls, and to move from deeds to actions. Not next year, not tomorrow, but right now, so that girls around the world can get equal power now. I am proud to be a part of this life-changing summit. You can count on me, every girl present here, Plan International for a stronger world and a better future for all, with equal rights and power for men and women. Finally, I would like all the girls present for this summit to be on their feet so that we can say a very big thank you to Plan International, our organizers, for this great summit. Are we ready? Are we ready? So what do we have to say to Plan International? All right. We love you. Long live Girls Get Equal. Long live Plan International. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Faith. And to all the amazing ladies who made it here today, thank you very much. And the host country, Nigeria, thank you. So let's call on the country director, Plan International Nigeria. Let's call on Mr. Charles Hussein.
Thank you very much, Kimberly. Good evening, girls. How have you been today? I can see your faces are looking all excited and you're looking forward to the evening. I'm also looking forward to the evening gathering. Who can beat me here in dancing? Who can beat me? Who can challenge me in dancing here? Who? Let me see. Who? Where is she? She. You can challenge? Are you sure you can challenge me? All right, we'll see. We'll see. You challenge me. Fantastic. So, okay, let's get ready. We're going to boogie it down. But for now, well, just a couple of days ago, I stood here to welcome you all to Nigeria. And I'm here again to say thank you for an exciting time we've had. I can't believe what we have achieved in just 2 days. So when we were designing this, we started speaking with the girls. We wanted this conference to be 3 days, 3 full days. But of course, as you know, it's quite challenging to keep this number of people for 3 days. You will appreciate the amount of resources that have gone into this. But guess what? To be honest, in my opinion, even if we stay here 1 week, every single penny is worth it. Even if we stay here for 1 month, every single dollar is worth it. Because you girls, you are priceless. So there's no amount of money that we will put up and consider that we have spent too much. No, there's no amount of money. So even if we have spent so much money keeping you here for 3 days, it would have been worth it. Unfortunately, we did not have enough resources at that time. So even if we made it 2 days, we are very proud of what has happened in the last 2 days. We have listened to your conversation. We have listened to some of the things you have challenged us with. We have listened to some of the challenges you face and even the limitations you have. We have listened to all of it. I can tell you that on behalf of Plan International, we have listened to you. We are thinking, we are reflecting over some of the things you said, and we will accompany you on this journey. So as I close this remark, I want to tell you one thing. One, you are not alone. And a couple of people who have come here to speak have said the same thing. You are not alone. I want you to remember this. You are not alone in this struggle. Plan International is your friend, is your partner, and will remain with you side by side. That's one thing, don't forget. Secondly, your leaders. I was reflecting with one of my colleagues, and we thought that this population is quite young. We thought that the number of girls here are quite young. And we feared if some of the sessions were too technical. But listening into some of the breakout groups, we found out that you are engaging. So even as you're young, your minds, your hearts are way matured and exposed to the reality of what you're facing And that is super impressive, very impressive. So on that note, we asked ourselves, if you are quite young, what is the potential? The potential is not for you to leave this summit and go back and continue your life. Because you're young, what it means is that the potential for us to make change happen is actually higher, which means that we should not abandon you. So one of the things we discussed was that how do we accompany you? Because you're young, how do we accompany you to keep growing with some of the ideas that we're already putting together? So I want to encourage you, as you go back to your countries, make sure you remain in touch with the country office of plan in whichever country you belong to. For those of you in Nigeria, we're going to be engaging with you even more closely. Just this morning, I agreed with the coordinator of the GGE for Abuja. We're going to set up a meeting. We'll meet. I'm happy to meet with as many of you as possible. And so we want you to know that we take you seriously. We take you seriously. We may not have all the answers. So when I say this, I say it with every sense of humility, that don't expect plan to bring all the answers and resources on the table. As an organization, we too are constrained. But what we will do with you is to find the solutions together. And to let you know that we are not the only ones in the struggle. Just like Carla said, and you heard her from Senegal, there are many of us who are doing similar things. So don't engage with only plan. Make yourself visible in your countries. Speak to the other members, World Vision, TDH, SOS Children Villages. I will introduce you if you want to meet with them. I am happy to do the introduction. And I know my colleagues across all the countries will be happy to make introductions to you, to key people, if you need them. But you need to step up. You need to make the request. And you need to show that you are able to deliver and to engage continuously. So I encourage you, please don't go back to your country and just go back home. When you go back, meet more girls, mobilize more girls, and make your voice heard by meeting with more people and engaging with more people to talk about some of the things that you want to do and some of the things that concern you. The same in Nigeria. This is the commitment we make today on behalf of Plan, alongside other commitments we've made. Please, let's continue to work together. Let's continue to speak to ourselves. If you organize an event, invite us. At least a member of Plan will show up, and we will show the support that we've committed to today. I will do my best. I'm just one human being. I will try to attend and engage with you as much as I can. But I have a whole team in Nigeria. So as much as possible, even if you don't see me, as long as you see a senior member of Plan, it means that they have my support, and we will support you. And so on that note, I want to thank you very much. Thank you for coming to Nigeria. Thank you for the experience we've had. Thank you for giving us this experience. I've enjoyed myself the last 3 days. And like I said, I wish I could bring my daughter here. She's only 10 years old, and I know that she would have been able to connect with many of you and just watch many of you and get her inspired. But that's to tell you how much value I have from this meeting. I want to thank you very much. Thank you for the engagement. Thank you for all the things you shared. Thank you for the commitment, for the participation. Thank you that you were not tired, even when the sessions were dragging and it looked like the sessions were going on forever. Most of you remained concentrated, connected to the conversations. I want to thank you for that. And I hope you really enjoyed yourself in the hotel here, the food, the ambience. Hope some of you got a chance to swim early in the morning or late at night. I don't know. Yes, but I hope you enjoyed yourself. That's another thing. But if you didn't, then you still have another night to still have fun with your friends here. And for those of you who can dip into the pool very early in the morning before you go, just to experience it. But then it's to enjoy yourself. Thank you very much. This will remain a huge part of my memory because this period is very special to me. Anytime I remember my 1 year in Plan, I will remember this event and I will think of all of you. Always, always. I'll remember this event and I'll think of all of you. So I wish you well as you go back to your countries. I know you're going to do well. And for those of you in Nigeria, I know you will do well. I've met most of you. I know you're doing well. You have our full support. Before I end and close this summit officially, it would be nice for us to hear the manifesto of young girls. So let's get the manifesto.
Our
So the manifesto will be part of the official closeout of this summit, because then it is on the basis of this manifesto we will start planning for next year's summit. It is on the basis of this manifesto that we are holding ourselves to account together, all of us, holding ourselves to account and saying, this is what we will do going forward, and until we meet again, this is the kind of things, the kind of changes we want to see. So who is doing that for us? Fatima, you're the one? Then please go ahead.
Memorandum of the young participants of the Girls Global Summit in Nigeria, 2022. Draft of the Memorandum of the Youth Participants at the Global Girls Summit in Nigeria, 2022. Background of the Global Girls Summit. Nigeria hosted the Global Girls Summit initiated in the framework of the International Day of the Girl, the official UN Day in recognition of girls' rights, celebrated annually on October 11. The summit was initiated in 2018 as part of Plan International's Global Girls Equality Campaign, which is a collective effort to create, catalyze, and energize a global movement for girls' rights. Girls and age gap in political leadership and representation. To discuss the situation of young women who are underrepresented in political decision making, less than 3% of the world's parliamentarians are aged under 30, and only 40% are women. At the current rate of progress, it will take 145.5 years to attain gender equality, gender parity in politics worldwide. Girls and youth in Africa and the world. Solutions for equal power now. The summit will create a framework for discussion and sharing of the perspective of young girls in Africa and the daily struggle for their involvement in decision making that impact their lives in their homes, schools, communities, and the corridors of power. Young women political participation and leadership. The participation of girls and young women in formal politics, especially as young women, have exhibited high capacity and competence in their leading change on issues like climate change, racial justice, and gender equality. It will benefit us all to have more women in all their diversity representing us when political decisions for the future are made. Our journey from the Global Girls Summit from Lome 2021. These are the key recommendations. Girls' political power and participation in emergency situations. Humanitarian effectiveness. When food is scarce, girls and young women often eat least and last. Governments and humanitarian community must take this seriously. Girls and young people must be meaningfully engaged in all phases of humanitarian action, including throughout the global hunger crisis. Statistics from the SOTWG report. Young women stressed that they could have rebuilt communities, coordinated and connected individuals and organizations at all levels. They could also contribute to policy and advocacy initiatives and promote dialogue and solidarity among divided communities in tough times. Youth recommendation. Youth recommended terrorism for the government. We call on the government to put laws in place to punish individuals involved in terrorism instead of negotiating with them. We are aware that there are laws put in place such as National Legislation Against Terrorism Act of 2013 for Nigeria, but we need the government to ensure the laws are being exercised, ensuring that every state in each country sign their participation. We call for transparency and accountability from the government. We ask that the camps for internally displaced people be renovated and put in good conditions while providing basic necessities such as water, food, beds, electricity, sanitary pads. Provide mental support to victims of terrorist attack. Increase awareness and tighten security across borders and afflicted areas. Capacity building for terrorist attack. For plan and other society organization. They should build the capacity of young people in communities and sensitize them on their importance in society. For the youth and activists, sensitize the young girls, women, and youth on dangers of terrorism. Hold the government accountable on issues surrounding terrorism. Provide mental support to victims of terrorism. Climate action. Include budgets for response for climate situation. Stop deforestation. Create a body that provides response to emergency climate situation. Education. New curriculum should be developed to support the present education and economic situation in countries. The educational budget should be implemented. Teach girls on human rights in all school sectors. Guidance and counseling should be compulsory in both public and private schools, and the body should be created in charge of cases of abuse and should be held accountable. Employment. Provision for internship for students with relevant employability skills. Follow up on training programs already in place for the youth. Adequate jobs for adequate careers should be provided. Provide support for youth with outstanding innovative ideas. Political participation. The age group should have a balanced system across all levels. Political party leaders should create space for youth and young girls' involvement in other countries and not too young to run bills should be adopted. General. Religious and community leaders should be sensitized about the challenges mentioned and held accountable and sanctioned when found lacking. Prompt action should be taken on delicate issues. Sensitize parents on these challenges and also hold them accountable. Plan and other civil society organizations should build capacity of youth to encourage their involvement and provide needed resources. The government should provide massive and adequate capacity building across all sectors, equipping them with needed skills and knowledge to respond to emergency situations affecting girls, young girls, women, and young people in the society. Girls' political power. Girls demanded equal power now. Youth recommended. Capacity building, trainings, monitoring. Plan and other CSO should organize trainings for young girls at grassroots levels and provide them with technical and expertise knowledge on how to participate in politics. Plan should also create a mentoring system where women will have made some progress. Fund allocation. With lack of resources identified as an obstacle for girls' participation in politics, we recommend that plan in collaboration with its partners raise funds and that will also be used to support women with political aspiration, carrying out campaign and other electoral activities. These funds should be made accessible to girls irrespective of their political association and background. Develop and strengthen girls' political network. Plan and other CSOs should develop a girls' political network like the Girls Out Loud, and these networks should be connected to each other so that they can provide support to each other. Strengthen the ECOWAS Youth Parliament. Who will promote and advocate for girls' participation and inclusion? The existing youth parliament in ECOWAS should be strengthened for active participation, which in turn will support girl political participation and maintain political pressure on member states to implement laws that promote girls' political participation. Law and policies, enabling environment. Girls demanding policies implementation. Youth recommended. Mandatory civil education government. Plan International should set up campaign groups, sensitization and awareness creation programs in schools and communities at all levels to ensure that citizens know their rights and laws governing them. Plan International should also make available free textbook on civic education, pamphlets, and documents on laws and constitution that govern the masses. Push the laws on gender equality and women participation in politics. Countries should enact and implement laws and policies that promote 35 to 50% women's participation in politics. Countries should ECOWAS should come up with accountability framework that ensures women participation in politics is implemented at all levels. ECOWAS should implement the youth parliament for women, especially younger girls. Digital freedom and digital tools. Youth recommendation. Online freedom and digital tools recommendations. collaborate with telecommunications to ensure quality distribution network across the rural communities. Government to establish startup programs and empowerment programs targeting grassroots levels to improve digital education. Inculcation of practical digital education in school curriculum at all levels of primary and secondary education, including people living with disability. Partners between NGOs, international organizations, and governments to facilitate access to digital skills and tools, including equipment. Create awareness, both online and offline, on existing laws and policies already in place against cyberbullying. Laws should be in place to dedicate the parameters of government interference in digital. Key youth engagement demand for engaging young people in internal governance and decision-making progress. Holding plan accountable, establishing and strengthening of the Youth Advisory Panel across the Waka region. Establish a regional youth advisory panel. Establish a global youth council to hold the GH and the office of the executive officer. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that manifesto. This is what we are taking away. Every girl who has participated in this summit in person here, seated in this hall, and all our colleagues attending online, this will be our social contract that we're holding together to say this is what we have agreed coming out of this conference. I can't believe that in 2 days we were able to put all of this together. This is powerful. This is a really powerful document. And we will see how we support you to get all the important people, presidents, governors, ministers, all of them need to get a copy of this manifesto. It is our support as planned to work alongside you to ensure that they all get a copy of this manifesto. We should make this manifesto as popular as possible, should send it to other agencies who have interest in working with young girls. And let's continue to mobilize support for this movement. And let's bring in more people into the issues that we have highlighted there. Very clear-cut actions that are there. We should mobilize to ensure that by next year when we touch base, when we are meeting again at this conference, anywhere in the world, we don't know where it will be. But then when we look back on this manifesto, we should be able to see a lot of the things that we would have ticked off as done, and then we should build on it. So that is the agenda, and that is a beautiful way to close the summit. On behalf of that manifesto, to show the representation that it is not Plan who has developed this manifesto, I want a witness of girls who will stand with me to show that they developed this manifesto, and then on the basis of that, we'll close this summit. So can I ask for one girl from each participating country to come forward? One per country. One. One girl from Sierra Leone, from Mali, from Niger, from Cameroon, from Guinea-Bissau. One each. Can you come up to the stage? Come and climb. Come and stand with me. You are the evidence that we developed this together. Some should come here, spread out, come this way. One per country. One per country. This is just symbolic to show that together we developed this together. One per country. Great. Are we complete? One per country. All right. Fantastic. So we're going to hold our hands. Let's hold our hands. Let's hold our hands. Hold your hands together. And then raise your hands. Hope nobody's falling down. Okay. Okay, hold your hands. Raise your hands together. And on behalf, we will say it together. At the count of 3. Hold on, hold on. Can you hold on, please, with the music? On the count of 3, we will say equal power now. Are we ready? Are we ready? 1, 2, 3. Equal power now. And on the basis of this, whoa! Congratulations, girls. Congratulations. Congratulations. Nice, nice, nice. Congratulations.
You want more? There will be more during the dinner. They promise you that. Why? Who is paying you to set me up? Let's applaud them. Blackbone Dance Troupe. Let's applaud them. My body when they dragged me to dance. I almost died. But it's good if you want to dance, if you want to enjoy more of this. Dinner is happening tonight. And you know what? We want to be as colorful as possible. So come in your traditional attires. Who came with their traditional attires? You're already in yours. Awesome. Man, it is going to be colorful. So come in your traditional attire for the dinner, more cultural dance and all of that. And yes, we have 360 to take pictures. You see that stuff out there? It goes 360. Take beautiful pictures, but please, one at a time. We don't want two people. We don't want to crash it. Don't be the person who crashed it before you went back to your country. So one at a time, take pictures on the 360 and put it up. Huh? Oh, dinner is at 7 p.m. Nigerian time. Not Benin Republic time, Nigerian time. So 7, dress elegant, look good, feel good, come out for dinner and enjoy yourself. All right? So for now, I will just pause this and we'll say see you at dinner. Where? At the restaurant. Okay.
Yes, oh please, very important announcement. There will be an evaluation, and this evaluation will be send a link to all the chaperone and the delegates. Please, when you see that link, make sure you fill that form. When you fill the form, we will also ensure that you have the link to all the pictures. But it is only when you fill the evaluation form that you have access. We will create a unique code for you to access pictures. But if you don't fill that form, you will not get any of the pictures. Thank you very much.
Fill the form, oh. Or no picture. So dinner, 7, restaurant. Then we come back here for more party. Who wants to party tonight? You want to? So after dinner, be back here and let's boogie. 360, don't forget, take pictures, please. One person per 360. Let's not crash it. So ladies, enjoy your evening. Thank you, thank you.
I walked past the school. I turned back. Mountain of house chores, wait. And my mother shouted, "You're a girl. You cannot go to school. Stay at home and take care of the family." I went out to the street to fetch water. I saw my brothers play football, one game I always wanted to play. So I stopped to watch, and I looked back, and I saw my father aggressively staring at me, and he said, "You're a girl, you're a woman. Your talents and gifts die with you." I sang songs of lamentation, bewailed by failed expectations. If I was anything less, then why was I created? To serve as an object of subjugation, living in constant fear of knowing my rights. I always felt a sharp pain in my chest as I watched my dreams shatter into tiny pieces. I am a girl. I am a woman. I swept the floors in my father's house, but wasn't given the opportunity to sweep the corrupt streets of my nation. I was raped and abused severally, but not once did I get justice. I was married off at an early age, but wasn't allowed to discover my purpose. I gave birth at a young age, but wasn't able to teach my children because I was uneducated. I cooked morning, afternoon, and evening, but not for once was I opportune to contribute to my nation's economy. I asked my mother, "Mother, speak up for me, defend me."
Dinner will be country by country. Dinner will be country by country. The place is small. Oh, pictures. Pictures will be country by country. One, country by country.
anaweka, anachukua, anaweka, wa. Le général Dangote.
DJ, the last announcement. DJ, please. All right, see, let's form a queue. Hello, ladies. A queue. Form a straight line. Then we'll do the 360 picture, one after the other. DJ, music.
Maneno tumeyazoea, vijineno neno tushazoea.